the meeting today. So if we could get everybody to meet outside where we can distribute the flags, that'd be great. If we could also get some NAN staff to help distribute some of the flags and also carry some of the flags during the grand entry, that'd be great. We'll also have so during the grand entry, we'll have the Eagle staffs at the front. They'll do one full revolution. They'll stop at the front, and then we'll have delegates, everybody else circled twice, and that will conclude the grand entry, and then we'll retire the flags. So, thank you. So yeah, if we can begin now, exiting the building, and then we'll distribute the flags outside. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No.
twice?
Alvin only goes around once and then waits and then they go
Oh,
around
okay.
again. And then they.
I'm just gonna go.
You're like, I'm just gonna look forward.
There he is. Good, good. We're good, right? Doing well.
Remember that? Jake had stuff down and didn't Remember that?
I almost forgot my headdress. My wife isn't here to remind me.
Okay.
I played Kisa.
Yeah, I just got a new grandson yesterday. You did? Yeah. Yeah.
How many is that?
10 or 11. Crazy,
A
crazy.
little bit ahead of me. I have 15.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
The two kids that said, I'm never having kids, Mom. They have the most. They have 11 of their 15. So I said, so you better watch what you say.
Amira Zenematsigek, Guajimanao Magayagu Makanak. I went swag back in the Mac, Gamachi Donan. Guajmaman basic Humakachiha, Huma is Gabesis Constance Lake, CBM Tigets, Elder Kenneth Nigan, CBM Tigan. I was going to get how I me match Snake Makin who got more dog.
Welcome, Wache, Bonjour, good morning, Minukashe bag, and as my Ojibwe friends would say, Ani, Minukasheb. Just want to say a few things, and I don't want to go too long, and I don't want to keep you standing for long periods of time. My wife told me, make sure you make it short. Okay, my name is Ken Negan. My longer name is Neganagujin. I'm a Constance Lake member, and I've experienced as a council member, and I've worked 49 and a half years in the education area, and today's my first time being an elder and taking on this role. Ken Negan, addition to Gas. Constantly do chin. I go back, yeah, but it's in I know Ugamaka shish. I go back, yeah, but it's in education. That's my introduction, and I was going to say a few things about culture, about prayer, and actually say a prayer, use a prayer. And I'd like to use a reading from the Bible as well. And then I'd like to request from the Lord and request from the Great Spirit thanksgiving. Thanks for the things that we have. I'd like to mention those specific things. And then I would like to close off and make a request from the Great Spirit. I would like to make a request of help for certain things. So those are the things I want to talk about, and then Abishish Nui Don in Niman. So I wanted to say a few words in the language. I'm not as fluent as I would like to be, and I know I'm amongst people who are Cree and various dialects of Cree, as well as Ojibwe, as well as Ojibwe. And I've been serving on the Manitoulin Island training board called Keeywaywin, and as you know, that's Ojibwe country, and they're starting to teach me some words in the Ojibwe language as well. So that's interesting for me. I carry a medicine bundle, and there are medicine bundles. I know a lot of people carry and bring them to meetings, and I never, in many years, never carried a medicine bundle. And spirits were telling me in different ways, you better work on that and carry that. So the things I carry in my medicine bundle are tobacco. When you pray, you use tobacco. And I carry sage, sweetgrass, agamaga cedar. Those are the 4 medicines mainly I carry. And I was recently had a chance to make a rattle, which I painted and used as well for part of my praying. I used, and my grandson gave me a container to carry my rattle. And this box here, I carry an eagle feather, which again, it was given to me, as well another feather, and I don't think that's an eagle feather. And this box here was given to me by my brother, a gift. So, yes, spirits were trying to tell me to try to get moving in that area, in that direction. Sometimes I don't just jump into things. I get sort of directed into things, and that's how Spirit moves me. Oh, by the way, for prayer, Darius Ferris is a spiritual advisor here today. If people need to talk and people need special prayer, he's available as well. So that's a little bit about medicine bundles. I was going to go on and speak more on that, but I'm going to cut that short. Now for prayer, where do you pray? That's one of the things that people probably think about. Where's the best place to pray? Dande magadawe. Gaya Michigan. Where exactly are you going to pray? And what I've realized in all my life is that you can pray anywhere. Anywhere, wherever you are, and you feel you need to pray, please, that's the place you need to pray. There are special spots where you can pray to. Certainly those people who are following a specific religion will talk about the church. That's the place you need to go. But my preference, my favorite place of praying is by the water, by the Nabi, Sibi, Nastamaga, Sagi. A river or a lake, stream is my favorite place to pray. I find the water very calming, and I'm sure there are other people who thought that too. Water, actually there's a study where water does calm people, who does absorb negative energies, and that's when you pray, you're releasing some of the negativity, unloading your heavy load. And also I've had the chance to listen to a Lakota speaker and writer talk about meditation and prayer, and he was suggesting by a waterfall. When the water falls down, it causes the foam and oxidizes the water, and the mist goes up. And actually, there's scientific thing is when you pray there, and I don't know if anybody noticed that when you're beside a waterfall, you feel a lot of like an energy. And that's what happens there when that goes up. They call it the eons. And so your prayer is magnetic, is electrical. It's electrical energy. Spirits were all electrical energies. And Great Spirit is an electrical energy who comes to you as well. So that's a good place to pray, and it's very powerful. Okay, now I'd like to get into a Bible reading, and it's from John, chapter 5, verses 30 to 37. And this is the reading. I can do nothing on my own initiative. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just, because I do not seek my own will, but the will of him who has sent me. If I alone testify about myself, my testimony is not true. There is another who testifies of me, and I know that the testimony which he gives about me is true. You have sent to him, you have sent to him, which is to John, and he has testified to the truth. But the testimony which I receive is not from man, But I say these things so that you may be saved. He was the lamp that was burning and was shining, and you were willing to rejoice for a while in his light. But the testimony which I have is greater than the testimony of John. For the works which the Father has given me to accomplish, the very works that I do, testify about me, that the Father has sent me. And the Father who sent me, he has testified of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time, nor seen his form. This reading is, of course, about Jesus, and he's explaining that Keeywaywin is the one who testifies for him and guides him and sends him to do good things. And he says anybody else that talks of him is not really a true testimony, but the word that comes from him. And you can trust and believe in that. That's my reading from the Bible. The other thing I'd like to do, it gives us hope, it gives us understanding where we need to work towards. The other thing I like to do is say a specific prayer, and it's a prayer that I've used all my life, and I always felt it was a really good mechanism of communication with the Creator. It's the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. That's a prayer I've always used, and I believe it's a good prayer that we could use here. The other thing I'd like to say is give thanks to the Spirit, Great Spirit, to the Creator, to the Lord. I thank you most humbly, my dear Lord, for the ability to see, the ability to hear, the ability to touch, the ability to taste, and the ability to smell. Thank you, Lord, for these gifts, these blessings. Thank you, Lord, for the ability to move and do things for ourselves. Thank you, Lord, for the creatures of this world, the creatures that walk on all fours, the creatures that crawl, the creatures that live in the ground, the creatures that live in the water, the creatures that fly with wings. Migach for those things, dear Lord. I'd like to also thank you, dear Lord, for plants, Great Spirit, the plants of the world. Thank you for these plants. Thank you, Lord, for the soil. Thank you, Lord, for the sand, the gravel, the rocks, and the water. Dear Lord, I thank you for the clouds, the rain, the snow, the wind and oxygen, the sun, and the beautiful, beautiful blue sky. I also thank you for our lives, our spirit, our mind and body, and our health, Lord. I thank you for the sleep we have had last night, the rest we've had last night, and the bed in which we slept on. Thank you, Lord, for that. Thank you, Lord, for the safe journey from everyone here, from our homes to come here to this meeting. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for that. And I'd like to thank you for all the food we will be eating today and all of today's meals, that Make our bodies strong. Help us in our mind, body, and soul, and we grow. Finally, I'd like to make a request, dear Lord, oh Great Spirit. I'd like to request for help. Oh Great Spirit, we ask that you bring out the best in each and every one of us at this meeting. So this meeting is useful, this meeting is productive, and this meeting helps our people in our homes, home communities. Help us to hear clearly, to have a clear and open mind and a clear and open heart. Help us to speak truthfully. Oh Lord, this is one of the grandfathers' teachings about honesty. Help us to do that today in our deliberations and meeting. We ask that this meeting go well and smoothly so that we can get some things done. Miigwech, I want to say, for all these blessings. Miigwech nidin gitchmanatuma gayitad maso anakan gayich bijiduted wijahao anhi wanakan gayitad udda anoch wijahao. Gananagachao ani wanakan akas os nastamaga. And it's miigwech. I wanted to have everybody smudge, and those who believe in smudge and what smudge is all about. Smudge is helping to clear our aura, all our being, so the negative things are taken away, and so that we have only positive things come out, and what we do will be positive. I wanted to smudge, and I think that's how I'll end this word of prayer, because smudging will take a little bit of time. I was hoping I should do that at the beginning, and I was debating. I was wondering, should I do it at the beginning, or should I do it in the end? And I think it would be a good way to close for all of us to smudge today. I'm going to get the smudge out, and my smudge helpers are going to come forward to help me, to help those people who would like to smudge here today. And I hope no fire alarms run off. I heard somebody was staying at a hotel and they said their fire alarm went off during the night. And I regret that you had to experience that. But I hope today that no fire alarms are going to go off. Oh, here's my cedar. Here's my sage, some more sage for smudging. Some more sage, and I knew we were going to do some smudging today, so I brought extra sage, and I brought a shell where we can have the stage and light the stage. We can go around. All right. And usually you use, a lot of people, traditional people, they like to use matchishak to light the sage, but today I'm going to be a little bit more modern. I'm going to use these big lighters to light it up. And this sage can be used, and maybe this sage here. I would suggest you remain standing when people come around. If you wish to smudge, then please do so. It's to help clear your aura, to bring goodness to you. If you need it, here one.
The flags will be posted?
Huh?
The flags will be posted? Do you want the smudging before the flags are posted? Or does it go out part of that?
I think it'll be part of it. So the flags are gonna,
They'll have to bring the flags up now.
oh, they have to,
Should we do that first or wait?
what do you think?
It's up to you.
Oh, you should take smudging to go with the flags too, because we'll smudge the flags same time. Okay. And because,
Flags will be posted now, and then the smudging will take place while the flags are being posted.
yeah, it's fine.
Amigos, back naman mga chidronan Ken. So at this time, we will retire the flags. But there's also a smudge bowl going around for those of you that want to cleanse your minds and your spirits as part of the opening. And then after that, we will ask our drummers that are sitting here with us to do the opening song as well. So we will invite those of you that are carrying your flags to come up and retire your flags, and you can go back to your seats. But we will carry on with our opening ceremony with the smudging and also with the drum. Can I write down that passage that you read from John?
Old John, it's John 5, verse 30 to 37.
30
To 37.
to 37?
Yeah. Oh,
Read it again after.
oh, do you need a Bible?
Yeah, I have it.
You have one?
I have one.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Yeah. I have one.
Oh, you got the big one.
So the smudge bowl is now in the back, and it'll make its way back around the table again. Amigas, kremagok kiksiamanak gagone utwadamak mandawutinigan saik mandawunigan raik sinigan skagagun gawutwadamak ego haga mawatidak kitsiaguna jan wodamak wagana mawatidak ego it's ganakmam hawa kitsiamanan basic Umab would say Umar consistently how can Kagi tickets. Okay, Nakman. So once the flags have been retired, will they return? We'll turn over to them. Okay. So once all the flags have been retired, all the items, we will turn over to the drum for the opening as part of the opening ceremony for our gathering here today. Baetago gaidudam. I'm gonna grab your water again. But yeah. Kevin. Kevin.
Where's the community, unit stuff?
Right beside the.
Okay, okay, so they, maybe it should go in the middle, eh? You wanna
Sure.
move?
Am I allowed to grab it?
Yeah, yeah, you're allowed to. Yeah, we'll just, cause I told the chief we would put it in the middle. Probably needs a bit of a.
I'm talking to a graduate on the trip, I could.
Yeah.
Tushan, doing a song, eh? You're doing a song? He announced you were doing a song.
Yeah, you guys ready? Okay. So next is the opening song from our drum. Amira, Major Mats Jigek. It's important that we take the time to properly open up our gatherings with the songs and the prayers. May Nakmai Koganagagi MC Gods, Higmagagi Mati Gods, to ensure that we follow the protocols of our host community and also the protocols of our the teachings. You guys are back in the Magwak. So for the first little part of the meeting, I have to just try to manage the meeting before we officially adopt the co-chairs. So for the next part of this meeting is the opening comments. And we want to again thank our host community, our host chief, Chief Rick Allen, for agreeing to host the Keeywaywin conference for this year, and to thank his community members for all their work over the last couple of months to prepare for this gathering. So at this time, I will invite Chief Allen to come up and make his opening address.
Good morning. Bonjour, everyone that's here. Sometimes it's hard to talk when you're leaning over. But anyways, I'd like to first acknowledge the secret items that are here, the drums that were rendered this morning to start off the event. I'd like to acknowledge the elder that opened up in prayer and Smudge and his opening remarks as well. I want to thank for everyone that's here right now, the chiefs, the women, the delegates, the elders that are here, and the membership that's gathered around here. And also, when you look around this table right now, you see some past leaders that are sitting amongst the crowd right now, and you can still see that they still have that drive in them to continue to be here. Like I see Ignis Gull here. I see the chief of our communities here in the past. I got Stanley, and I got Chief Arthur Moore at that time. We have some past leaders that are sitting here gathered. That means a lot to us. To sometimes show them what we're continuing to do and what we continue to push as leaders. I just want to talk about NAN for a few seconds here and why we're gathered here today. Sometimes you hear the talks of, what's NAN? Are we losing our credibility, or has it gone too corporate, or is it what's the purpose? I hear that when we sit at these tables, and I strongly believe now, and it's up to us as leaders here to direct the ship back in place. A lot of people are counting on this. Our children that are being born every day, our youth, our elders, the crisis that we face every day. I strongly believe that's up to us to steer this organization back to where it is. This is our organization, and NAN. Sometimes we believe that we're not represented well, sometimes at the Chiefs of Ontario, at AFN, but we're the North. This is where our advocacy has to come from this table. And then this is why I say I truly believe that it's up to us to steer this organization back and get us back on the right foot and advocate for the things that are happening. We go through crisis every day. I just want to send my prayers and condolences to the community of Nabinimik, one of our tribal council communities in our tribal council of Matawa. This is why we're here today. We can't forget what our mission is as being chiefs. We can't let things slip away. We have crisis after crisis and after crisis. We can't let things snowball to affect that we're only concentrating on one item. You know, some communities are high and some are still beginning the process of where they are. I know we don't blame you for all that, but then this is why we have, to advocate for some of the things that we strongly believe that we need in our communities. You know, some of these things that need to be delivered to our communities have to happen at this corporate level. But then, you know, that's my belief as leaders here today that are gathered, and that's up to us. You know, it's an important day tomorrow, and when we do that election, just make sure whoever is elected, it doesn't matter who is elected. It comes from us, the leaders here, to guide the ship in that right way. But saying that, I know I welcome you to Constance Lake. I know this is my home. It's my traditional territory, Constance Lake. You know, I want to thank the staff that organized this. I want to thank the Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler for asking me to host this event. I didn't think about it. You know, I just notified my council and said we're going to be hosting this, and you know, they all agreed. You know, we have to showcase our communities, what we have, and go visit other communities. I strongly believe also that we have to showcase all our communities when we do have these meetings, not just at a Keeywaywin conference or at special meetings. You know, we should be visiting all 49 communities and seeing the issues that we all face. You know, that's our mandate as chiefs, to bring this to our communities so we could all listen in and see what the chiefs are discussing at this time. You know, we have a drug epidemic. We have a housing crisis. You know, this is what we have to do when we gather at these tables. We have to stop being corporate and start implementing these strategies within dealing with the government, dealing with whoever we have to deal with. But anyways, I thank you all for being here. And if there's any help that you need, you can call upon the NAN staff, our staff at Constance Lake. I want to thank my staff at Constance Lake. A big round of applause for setting it up. And I want to thank you all. Yeah. And I want to thank the chiefs as well. I know it's a lot of weight on our shoulders that we have. I want to thank your families for letting you do what you guys do. I know year after year. I know it's being here and advocating for your communities and trying to give us as Indigenous people better lives. You know, this is why we're gathered here today and why we gather every year that we're as elected leaders. So again, I welcome you here to Constance Lake, and I wish you all a good meeting. If, as I said, don't be shy to reach out to our staff, the NAN staff, and you know, if you need things, just let them know. Anyways, Kichimigwech for coming. Thank you. Yeah.
Miigwech. Gumakan huma. Tajikyo ni gabiuda maiko. Rick Allen. Miigwech Kadent. Guys, Gagadian. So part of the opening is opening comments from myself. Miigwech Stamekadian Nakumian. Nakumagmando guys, man dagwan wakuma. Gumina wa guys kagzebak. Benama paeta wajabak nama kamausi donan. Gumina guys manosik gizga. Gumina gagi madegawat. Nakuma gumina gagi emsets bezgumakstiha. Nakumam. And just to acknowledge all the sacred items that are in the room here with us, the drum and the medicines, the eagle staffs, all the flags that are behind me. And just to acknowledge the leadership in the room, Thank you to the chiefs and delegates, council members for making the time to be here with us for this Keeywaywin conference. I don't know what year it is. What year is I think yesterday or last year we celebrated the 50th anniversary. Keeywaywin. I don't think I see some looking for answers here. What year we're in? For the nobody seems to know what. I think it's about 42nd. I think annual Keeywaywin conference. I know we had to do a couple of virtual conferences during the pandemic, so it's good to be back together again. I also just want to acknowledge the non-executive council that is sitting here in the front. Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse, Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty, Chief Nescom. Unfortunately, the outgoing member of the executive, Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater, could not be here with us this week. I spoke with him yesterday, and there's just lots going on in his personal life. So we will remember him and thank him for his service to our nation these past 3 years. So miigwech, Victor, to yourself and your family. And we want to just wish you well as you leave this post as a Deputy Grand Chief and move on to your next to the next chapter of your life. Gumina nakamaga guedigama deo buat gikchiamanak oskadzak yikoak kewinawa kain kadamat wenant kiun kaji widant kimugak we megwaje wadamakidant kiunan. This year is a very special year for Keeywaywin Conference as it's an election year. And so that'll be our focus, I'm sure, today and tomorrow as we head into the actual election process. But I just wanted to just take a bit of time before we get into that part of the agenda just to make some acknowledgements of the work that's been done to date. And this is despite the, as Chief Rick Allen mentioned, the many challenges that so many of us have faced in our community, so many losses. And for Constance Lake, I just want to mention the recent loss of one of their elders, Richard Ferris. Many of us knew him, and we acknowledge his loss, we acknowledge his family. I also just want to acknowledge the family of Dean Madness, who went missing here in this community or outside of the community back in March. And he has not been seen or heard from since. And the family is still looking for him. And so tomorrow, I just want to just give notice to the chiefs and delegates and others that are in this room that tomorrow we will do a blanket ceremony for the family to support them financially, because we also need to show them our support, that we want this search to continue until they find their loved one. So we acknowledge his father, Dean or Dino, who was in the community, and the rest of his family. And it's been like this for, as I said, for many of our communities. Just the tragic events that many of us, if not all of us, have encountered this past year. And I include myself in that too. Just having to deal with some very serious illnesses in my own family, and the recent loss of our dear mother Eunice, who left us in March, and just the void that's there when our loved ones leave us. And so it's important that we gather like this once in a while, just to encourage each other and to be there for each other. And so that's why I'm so grateful that so many of you chiefs and delegates showed up here. This past year, despite all these challenges that we've faced, I acknowledge the great work that you're doing in your communities to look after your children, to make sure that your youth are okay, the families are supported, and you're taking extraordinary measures to do this work, many times without a budget, many times without a commitment from many of our treaty partners to support the work that you're doing. But you're doing it because you love your children and your youth, and you love your people. And I was in Saskatchewan Lake last week visiting with Chief Simon Tate and the council, and the work that they're doing there is something that we should all admire and respect. And with the treatment programs that they're setting up for their members of that community, and having to deal with loss of a young one after another, and the threat of losing a loved one is always hanging over their head, but they're doing the work. And I know that's the case in all our communities. So I just want to acknowledge your leadership and the work that you're doing to make things better for your people and for your communities. And here at NAN, also despite the challenges that we face, that there's still work that is happening. On infrastructure, for example, they hosted a Northern Road Summit back in March to look at how to improve on the overall infrastructure in the NAN territory, especially with the changing climate that all of us are seeing and experiencing in the north. That we need to be able to adapt to that changing climate, and that means looking at our infrastructure in the long term, including roads. And so that work is ongoing. And also just in response to the suicide epidemic that we are still seeing and experiencing and feeling in our communities, that we need to, as one of the chiefs told me in early January of this year, you need to do something. You need to do something. And I remember rushing out the door, I think the first week in January, in Thunder Bay, going to another funeral of a youth that had taken their life. And as I was rushing out the door, my wife Tisa said to me, you need to stop going to the funerals. You actually need to figure out what you need to do. And she didn't say it in a mean way. Some of you know Tisa. She's a teacher. She used her teacher's voice to get my attention. And I stopped. I stopped for a bit and I thought about what she had just told me. And she's right. That we cannot just rush from one thing to another and to another and to another, that we actually need to take a bit of time sometimes to just step back and really think about what is really going on in our communities, and to bring people together, to come up with a plan that will actually work, that will address some of the immediate needs of our communities and our families, but also looking at the longer term plan to make it sustainable. And that's one of the gatherings that we had this past year in Ottawa, third week in January in Ottawa, where we had federal ministers come in to talk about developing a framework for a mental health framework specific for Nishnawbe Aski Nation, mental health and addictions. And as we were sort of hastily planning this emergency meeting, we sort of rushed off to Ottawa with a very short notice. And when we got there, I noticed that I had made a mistake, that I did not include a youth delegation at that very important gathering. And so I received those emails, and I reflected on what they were saying, and it's true that as we discuss these very important issues, especially as it relates to our children and our youth, that our children and our youth need to be there. And so we invited the Prime Minister to come and meet with us, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And he did come to our office in March. And our youth council were able to sit with him and dialogue and have a discussion directly with him for an hour and a half or 2 hours. And so there's some follow-up to be done from that discussion that the youth council had. And also in March, Luke Hunter and his team had a very important gathering in Thunder Bay to talk about the important issue of additions to reserve, which in my opening comments of that conference is rather absurd when you think about it, that we're being asked to go through this colonial process to add land to our land that we've occupied for thousands of years. And I made that very clear to those bureaucrats that were there, that what you're asking us to do is very colonial and still very much racist, because all these policies are rooted in the Indian Act that is still very much the law of the land in this country for First Nations people. But there's a report that will come out from that important gathering that will hopefully illustrate the need or develop a more streamlined process how this will happen, because I know so many of our communities are going through that process right now, and it needs to be expedited, because you need to be able to accommodate the growth of your communities. And also just the ongoing work on infrastructure, on the non-housing summit that was held in March. Again, when we talk about priorities in any chief's gathering, mental health and addiction is always up there, and then housing and water, because these are what we would call social determinants of health, that if we have these things, that the chances of us being healthy or our kids being healthy will be higher. And so I just want to acknowledge the work that they're doing to bring in new models of housing, to explore new ways of building homes in our communities, because under the current funding structured model of capital, with each region getting a certain amount and the envelope to distribute to in this case in Ontario, 134 communities, if that model stays in place, the gaps, the housing lists in our communities will become longer and longer. And so we need to look at new ways of addressing housing. So there's the housing strategy that you adopted 2.5 years or 3 years ago now, and how that's working. That will be reported back to you as well on that very important issue. And also on housing, or on water. The fact that there are still 13 boil water advisories in the Annan Territory, 2 of them in Bearskin Lake, is unacceptable. That we need to continue on with the work to building that capacity and that governance that will actually solve this housing crisis, but more importantly, to build capacity so that our communities do not go back to that list. And my community is one of them, Muskrat Dam. We've been on that boil water advisory list since 2004. And so there's reports there or updates in your kits with respect to the water legislation that is now going through the process. And also just as we support you in addressing the community issues, the community priorities, the community needs, there's also work being done on the issues that may be regional or national in scope. For example, on Bill 53, the Métis legislation. I know many of us, when we heard about what this piece of legislation was contemplating, that we were concerned about it, because all of a sudden there's another group that just appeared out of nowhere and trying to assert some sort of a title to the land, our land, and that we're being asked to consult with them on what we want to do in our lands, in our territories. And again, I used the word absurd earlier. I kept saying that when I appeared before the Senate committee. This was one of my first meetings coming back last August, traveling to Ottawa and appearing in front of that Senate committee, that they need to do away with this bill, that they need to kill this bill, that it goes against everything that this government, this federal government has said on reconciliation, on the Prime Minister saying that there's nothing more important to him than the relationship he has with the Indigenous peoples of this country. And this bill goes against all that. So that work is ongoing. We are hopeful that as this current government's term is coming to an end, that it will just simply die on the floor. That the longer that they don't sit in Parliament, as each day goes by, that the chances of this bill becoming law will become less and less. I also just want to commend the work of the Waha Board, Muskegowuk leadership, Muskegowuk, the people of Muskegowuk, for their unrelenting advocacy to build a new health facility to replace the Indian hospital that's been on that island for over 70 years, and how decrepit and it's falling apart, and that it needs to be replaced soon. And so this spring, after much advocacy and lobbying, both the provincial and the federal government came up with their share, according to the WAHIFA agreement, to contribute 1.25 billion each. And so this project has been approved for a total budget of $2.5 billion, and it will go ahead. In fact, they are probably building it right now. And so I just want to commend the leadership of Muskegowuk. I also want to acknowledge Grand Chief Friday, who is here with us, the chiefs and the board members of WAHA for their work. Also, when you travel up north, you will notice that the cost of travel has become even greater. The cost of a chair or the cost of a seat. And it's due to, a lot of it has to do with just the federal regulations that came into effect last year. And so there's a huge lobby effort from our communities, from our leadership, to address this issue at the national level. I acknowledge the work that was done by our leadership at the recent AFN Assembly in Montreal to pass a resolution calling on Canada to go back and revisit these changes and this new set of regulations that came into effect. And so that work will continue. I also just want to acknowledge, and we'll be talking about our police service this morning. I just want to acknowledge our interim police chief, Terry Armstrong. Some of his team is sitting with him, and also the members of the NAPS board and Deputy Grand Chief Anaberia Sinipnescum. We'll talk about the work that is happening now to go through this process of constituting our police service so that it will become, it will get that designation to be deemed as an essential service. And also, just to finish off, in terms of NAN's original mandate, which is to protect, to uphold, and to ensure that everyone respects our rights, that's going to be another important discussion that we will need to have today or tomorrow. Because you may have heard in the news or social media about these recent cases that are in the process of being launched or have been launched. One of them was yesterday in Toronto by a number of our communities to challenge the Ontario government on their assertion that they own our land, that they get to dictate how development will happen or should happen, which again goes everything against the understanding that our ancestors, or leadership our ancestors had when they signed a treaty with Canada and with Ontario in 1905, 1906, and again with the adhesion in 1929, 1930. And also the treaty annuities cases. I think, briefly mentioned some of these to you the last time that we met. And so we need to have this discussion collectively to figure out what does this mean for us, what does this mean for my community, and how will we move forward with respect to these cases that are now just sitting there getting ready to get launched. So there's a lot of important issues that we need to, or as you need to discuss and give direction on. And so I hope that as we gather here today, this week, that Kagizia Yemsigets Kikshamnan, Mando Chiminagwak, Bayataganamon, Bayataguji Janmujgek, Egmeji Junachgek. So again, welcome to this assembly. Thank you for being here. And so at this time, the motion. So I need to introduce a motion. I think it's in your kits, 2429. Adoption of chairpersons 40, it's the 42nd. Did I say 42nd? I think I was right. 42nd Keeywaywin Conference. I can't even see. Be it resolved that the chairpersons of the Nishnawbe Aski Nation 2024 Keeywaywin Conference, August 13, 14, 15, 2024, shall be Adam Fiddler, Connie Gray McKay, and Youth Co-Chair Caroline Wesley. Dated at Constance Lake First Nation this 13th day of August 2024. So I will need a mover and a seconder. Mover is Chief, or Host Chief, Rick Allen. Seconder, Jennifer Constant. Matagami, Miigwech. Is there any abstentions to this motion? I'm looking at Chief Batista. Are any abstentions? Any opposition? Any opposition? So the motion is carried. So at this time, I will welcome Adam, Connie, and Caroline to facilitate the meeting for us for the rest of the week. Miigwech.
He got it right, 42nd. Bonjour, Ogamama Ingandigo, Namandotem. My English name is Connie Gray McKay, and I am from Mishkigogmang, and I'm very happy to be part of your meetings. Just want to acknowledge the drum, acknowledge the prayer from the elder, reminding us of how we need to be grateful every day, especially that we live in this state of constant crisis, and to be grateful for the blessings of the Lord. And Maj Miigwech and Nandam, just want to thank the host chief. Beautiful gymnasium, and I was looking at it, I said, this would be a good gym to play volleyball in. So, yeah, we'll have to do that sometime this week, so we don't get hurt. Okay, Maj Miigwech and Nandam, so I'm really grateful to be here. And I've shared many times that being part of your deliberations and your discussions has been a huge part of my healing journey as I exited this kind of role of being chief. It really helped me, so you are part of my healing. Miigwech Gatinnam. I already forgot one of the things I'm supposed to do. So during this meeting, we do have mental health supports. So I'd like to ask Pastor Darius Ferris, if you're in the room, if you can stand. So that's one of the supports, Darius. And also Bernice Rusnick. If you're in the room, if you can stand. Bernice. Okay, there she is. So those will be your mental health supports. And there's also traditional supports. I'd like to ask Terry Fiddler and Lucy to stand. So if at any time you need to speak with someone, those are your supports for this meeting. Miigwech. Just introduce yourself and then do your announcements.
Okay.
I'll stay after you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Caroline. I'm grateful to be here. It's my first time ever doing this. Yeah. There's also, I was told to announce that there's shuttle services. They're on there's doors over there, and then there's one over there. You just phone the phone number if you ever need a ride for something. Thank you.
Miigwech. Egonin nada jwegabo njinkas. Miegagijin kan shit ngimes. Nameben dodem. Ego nengozaganing ndonji. Kenin miigwech ndinin dan nanakum gaiseg majbijan kahabnaguk gumakanag. Kenin ejbag sindaman jumunseg wega witajnjigig wega kama chidnanok. Ego miigwech gagpak namwad sawek chiha ken gagipak naman miigwech ego mina gagimad ego mina ugma Rick Allen ma gagi wajem gwek magabdaksnyak miigwech. Ego mina ma Constance Lake gaya waj mi numunin dangay seg mina maj chibijayan as we wish could know magag pijayan ba. So with that, I've got a couple of quick announcements and then we'll get right into business. Of course, we were a little bit delayed this morning. We had some power issues. The lights stay on, but some of the power in the room has been flickering. Power is on and off, so there was a slight delay. Once we got started, half of the room we lost power, so some of the speakers were off. So we're hoping if the sound goes down, we'll get Chris and the team working on the power. Also, we lost the live feed. We might have lost the live feed for a little bit once we started. We did lose some power, but I would like to let everybody in the room know that we will continue as long as the microphones are on. If the power goes off, we'll assess the situation. But those that are joining on the live feed, just to let you know that we are being broadcast on YouTube. You can find the link. You can share that information with people back home. You can go to the NAN website. There is a button there to click on, and you can watch the live feed. It's also on the NAN Facebook page, so people can click on that and watch the live feed. Just to let people know, though, we are having challenges with our internet here in the room, so we are hoping that we can save some of the bandwidth for the live feed, so we're asking people to minimize the use of the internet here in the room. It is available, though. Also, just a reminder, this is an in-person meeting. We are being webcast. People can watch it, but this is not a virtual assembly, so all participation is here in the room. So all discussion, all voting will take place here in person. Oh, there's also, just to let people know, there's a 2-minute delay on the live feed, so when people are watching it, there is a 2-minute delay, just to let people know. Also, there is translation. Mashkigo inu ihtamage umaya, egomina anshiniu inu ihtamage umaya. So if you do require translation, there's headsets in the back. I think there's a channel that you can either listen to the Cree, Mashkigo language or the Anshinimon translation. So that is available. So just some housekeeping so everybody's aware. And a reminder, we've already been told lunch is going to be here in the room. Breakfast is also available before we start every morning. So just to let people know. It's down the hall. First door, that way. The first door, first door to the right, right? Okay. Okay, so we'll get right underway. We've got some procedural motions to get started on. The first one is the rules and procedure. I'm not going to go through the entire rules. It's in your kits. There actually are no changes. The last change was, I think, 2020, about 4 years ago. And that was to accommodate some requirements during COVID. It's the same rules, no changes. So we do need a motion to accept the rules of procedure. But I want to highlight just two things. Paragraph 6. Paragraph 6 talks about the quorum. So we do require 23 registered delegates in the room to make decisions. So this morning we do have quorum. And also because it's an election year, there is an election, of course, happening at this assembly. Paragraph 27 on page 3 talks about the role of the chairpersons being the presiding officers for the assembly. But the last sentence there is, during the election process for the offices of the NAN executive, the chief electoral officer is in control. So when that happens, we will hand things over to the Chief Electoral Officer who will conduct the election. So just wanted to highlight that in the rules. So with that, I need a mover and a seconder to accept the record, if you can state your name into the microphone. So can I have a mover to accept the rules? Can I have a mover, please? Chief Batiste.
Chief Sonny Batiste from Attachment for...
Miigwech. Thank you. Seconder. Chief Wabas. Couldn't hear you. Chief Wabas, his microphone's to my right. Oh, maybe the power went out. Okay, anyways, Chief Wabas, Webekwe First Nation. Miigwech. So the resolution to adopt the rules of procedure is Resolution 2430. It reads, be it resolved that the rules and procedures are adopted for the purposes of the 42nd Nishnawbe Aski Nation 2024 Keeywaywin Conference, August 13 to 15, 2024, dated at Constance Lake First Nation this 13th day of August 2024. And we have the mover and seconder. Any abstentions on this resolution? Any abstentions? Any opposition? Opposition? I see none, so the resolution is carried. Miigwech. So as co-chairs, we will be following the rules that you've just directed us to follow. Next procedural resolution is to adopt the agenda. So here's the process. I will go through and read the agenda. In order to discuss the agenda, we first have to have a mover and a seconder. Once we have a mover and a seconder, we will open it up for any discussion. So that's the process. Right off the bat, there are two slight changes to the agenda that you have, so we will be approving an amended agenda. Two very minor changes. Number one, on the agenda, we had identified another name as the youth co-chair. That person is not available, and we're actually very thankful that Caroline, at the last minute, accepted the invitation to be our youth co-chair. So that's the one change. The other slight change is for this afternoon, where it talks about the candidates forum, and also for tomorrow, it talks about the candidates' speeches. It's very important that we, of course, we're conducting the election this week. It's very important that we follow the rules for the election. The rules for the election say that the speeches are to take place on day one of the assembly. In the draft agenda, we had reversed it, so we're going to go back to make sure that we follow the election rules. So the speeches will take place today, and the candidates forum, which is an opportunity to ask questions of the candidates, will take place tomorrow before the election. So that's just a minor change to reverse that order. Otherwise, I'm going to go through and read the agenda. So, of course, this is the 42nd Keeywaywin Conference, Constance Lake First Nation, August 13, 14, and 15, 2024. I'm looking at draft agenda version 5. This is in your kits. Also emailed to all chiefs. Day 1, August 13th, 9 a.m., the drum and the grand entry, the opening prayer with Elder Kenneth Nigan. 9:30, the welcoming remarks with Chief Rick Allen, Constance Lake First Nation, and Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler. At 10 a.m., the adoption of the co-chairs, Adam Fiddler, Connie Gray McKay, and Caroline Wesley. And then the call to order by the chairpersons, the review and the acceptance of the rules and procedures, and then the review and acceptance of the draft agenda. So those require resolutions. At 10:30, we're a little bit behind, of course. 10:30, the audited financial statements for the non-corporate services. That'll be led by Jeff Forneri, Director of Finance, and also BDO, who is joining us virtually. There will be a resolution for that presentation. 11 o'clock, the Nishnawbe Aski Police Service Community Safety and Policing Act update. That'll be led by Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty Ajnibeneskam and Fabian Batiste, the NAPS Board Liaison. We'll have lunch at 12 o'clock, past the room to the right, in the back. 1 o'clock, I need to go back. The NAPS agenda item will need to be in camera. So just making a note of that, it'll need to be in camera. It involves negotiations and discussions that are currently underway with the province of Ontario. And of course, this is an internal session, internal update. We don't need Ontario listening to our internal update regarding those discussions. 1 o'clock, after lunch, the Nishnawbe Cree Annuity Class Action Update. as well as the co-jurisdiction lawsuit. Of course, those are dealing with lawsuits and, again, internal discussions. We don't want, of course, government or the other side listening to our internal discussions, so that will be in camera. It'll be led by Ryan Lake, legal counsel for the Nishnawbe Cree class action, and then Kate Kempton, legal counsel for the co-jurisdiction. I believe Kate Kempton will be joining virtually. At 2:30, the Sovereign Wealth Fund presentation with Jason Batiste. 3 o'clock, we will adjourn official business and then hand it over to the electoral officer who will be conducting the speeches. So again, a change from the agenda. It will not be the candidates forum with Q&A. Today it will be the speeches. And then just to close the day after that, we'll have a closing prayer. Although the corporate business or the discussions of the Assembly will wrap up at 3 o'clock. Day 2, again, 9 a.m., the drum, the opening prayer. We'll have Elder Pauline Wesley. 9:15, call to order. And on the agenda, it says the election registration is closed. And we will hand the agenda over to Audrey Gilbo, Head Electoral Officer, who will be conducting the election. And of course, that will start with the Q&A forum with the candidates. 12 o'clock, we'll have a break, and we'll continue on the Deputy Grand Chief speeches. It says here on the agenda, the delegate and proxy voting for Deputy Grand Chief and the announcement of the Deputy Grand Chiefs. That will all be followed by the swearing-in ceremony of the NAN Executive Council. That'll be done by co-chairs, Elder Terry Fiddler, Elder Lucy Longpeter, and Tushan Fiddler. So that'll be the final agenda item for tomorrow. We will adjourn. Of course, at 6 o'clock, we have the Nishnawbe Aski Nation annual Keeywaywin Awards and the banquet that's happening in Hearst. So we'd like to allow for enough time so that we can get to the banquet and the dinner at 6 o'clock. Day 3, August 15th, again, 9 a.m., we'll have the drum and the opening prayer. 9:15, the call to order. We'll have a quick summary of Day 2. We'll introduce the new NAN Executive Council, and we'll have a Chiefs Open Forum. So we've allocated 2 hours for open forum. Chiefs, if you have any issues, discussions, community matters, anything that you would like to bring forward to the Assembly, that'll be that opportunity. At 11:30, the Health Policy and Advocacy HPA update. That'll be led by Monica Conrad, the Director of HPA. And then we'll have a break at 12. 1 o'clock, we'll have an update on Bill C-38. That's an act to amend the Indian Act and the second generation cutoff. That'll be led by Wendy Arsenault, Director of the Early Years Department. 1:30, we'll have Missing Persons and MMIP. Loretta Shishigwan, Director of Women's Initiatives, will be leading that. There's a resolution as part of that agenda item. And then we'll have the Advisory Council presentations. 2 o'clock, the NAN Women's Council. 2:30, the Oshkadazak Council. And then 3 o'clock, the Elders Council. 3:30, resolutions. And 4:30, the closing remarks, closing prayer, the retirement of the flags, the closing protocols, and the closing song. So that'll be at 4:30, and we would like to adjourn by 5 o'clock. So that's the agenda, draft agenda before you. Again, 2 slight changes, so it will be approving an amended agenda. Before we open up for discussion, I need a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda. So I need a mover and a seconder. Again, into the microphone, for the record, state your name and your First Nation.
Chief Jennifer Constant, Outagamie First Nation.
Thank you. Chief Constant, can I have a seconder? Can I have a seconder? Oh, we got the buzz. Chief Taylor. Thank you. Chief Taylor, Ganugaming. So, floor is open for discussion. We have a mover and a seconder to accept the agenda as presented. Chief Kaminoadaman.
Hi, good morning. I would like, with your permission, I would like to recognize Frank McKay to speak regarding the agenda. Call up Frank McKay.
Two minutes at Tangamina. No, I'm just kidding. Frank McKay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chiefs. Good morning, delegates, Chiefs, and also the host community, Chief and Council. I want to express my gratitude and thanks for hosting the community to host this non-election conference that we're going to have. I want to ask for a little bit of time on the agenda. And the Windigo Chiefs have met and discussed the non-election process this year. And there's some concerns that we have in relation to the procedures that have been established. I think this is the first time that we had to deal with a mass acclamation process, and also because of the lack of candidates that have entered to be nominated for the election on the Deputy Grand Chief side. And it won't take long. It's just that there's a whole bunch of other issues that were raised by our chiefs while we're having an assembly, and I just wanted to ask for a small amount of time in relation to these issues that you have raised. That's one. The other one is I want to also, I sit on the Ojibwe Creek Cultural Center. And at the Ojibwe Creek Cultural Center, we had issues in relation to our board representation. 3 of our board members passed away this year. Our board member within a year, last year too. And we're seeking more support in relation to get that board again operational. So, but I want to have a little bit of time to have a very brief update on that issue. So those are my 2 requests. And I also want to support Shibogama in relation to the request that they're going to make. And I think Matthew is going to speak on that in relation to the Wawate update, that we wanted to present. But most of all, I think it's very important that we discuss, the non-election procedure, because this is the highest form of leadership forum that we have that's supposed to advocate for us, and we need to take a very serious look in relation to the direction that we're heading in relation to the rules and procedures. And we wanted to bring up some ideas in relation to how we can move towards more traditional forms of leadership selections that we have adopted before we started adopting this colonial way of selecting leadership. Thank you. So anytime before the election procedures are being discussed would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, Miigwech, Frank. So I'm hearing 3 additions you're asking for. First one is a discussion on the election procedures.
Yep.
So looking at the agenda, you're saying that you'd like to do that before the election. So we're going to look at 11 a.m. election procedure. That's, of course, I have to go to the mover and seconder.
Is that tomorrow or today?
Today.
Okay, 11 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're asking for that to be
Yep.
done before the election.
Yeah, we have a handout that we'll be giving out.
Okay, so 11, it's already 11:22.
Yeah.
11, I
I'm
say, on the
already late.
agenda. Okay, so that'll be at 11 o'clock on the agenda. So that'll be the second agenda item. The second request is dealing with the Ojibwe and Cree Cultural Center. I'm going to suggest we deal with that on day 3 during the Chief's open forum,
Okay.
the morning of day 3. Is that okay?
That's okay.
Okay, we'll have that as part of the Chief's opening forum. And then you're also saying that Matthew is going to request Wawate, but I haven't gotten to Matthew yet. So those are 2 agenda items you're requesting. So in terms of process, what I'll do is I'll ask the mover and the seconder if they're okay with those additions and changes to the agenda. Mover, Chief Constant, are you okay with? Yes, seconder, Chief Taylor? Are you okay? Okay, thank you. Matthew, you've been voluntold that you're going to make a comment.
Yeah, Shibogma submitted a resolution to requesting a discussion on the election procedure, so same thing as my colleague, but that's been handled already. The second item is we've been working with Wawate Board, trying to find ways of how to keep it going and also how to address the work plans that were issued by non-chiefs. So we want time to provide an update to the chiefs. The board needs help, so just needs some time. We do have a report.
Okay, Miigwech, so I'm going to recommend looking at the agenda again during the Chief's open forum. Have a discussion on Wawate. Is that okay, Matthew? Okay. Mover, Chief Constant, you're okay with that? Seconder? Okay. So we have an amendment. We've got 3 additions we've added to the agenda. Any more discussion on the agenda? Of course, we had some issues with power this morning, and there's a little bit of a delay. We didn't start when we were supposed to, but I was at another meeting of Nishnawbe and Shinwak, and what the chair said was the agenda says 9 o'clock, but we know that it is our way that we start when we're ready to start, when the time is right. Okay, any more discussion on the agenda? Last call, any more discussion? Okay, so we have the agenda as amended. Any abstentions on accepting the agenda as amended? Any abstentions? Any opposition? I see none. Normally I just pass it, but I'm going to get some exercise. All in favor, raise your hand. All in favor of accepting as amended. Okay, Miigwech. So we will proceed with the agenda as amended. So thank you very much. We're a little bit behind, of course, but we will try and take that break at 12 o'clock. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Connie, for the next agenda item. Miigwech.
All right, so I'd like to get right into the business. This one is going to be a virtual presentation, so I'd like to present that we're going to be doing the audited financial statements of NAN Corporate Services. Is he in person? Is Jeff here? Okay, so Jeff, if you can come up. I always, oh, there you are. Sorry. It startled me. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, we're praying on the internet right now. Thank you, co-chairs, executive, chiefs, proxies, and guests. Our 23-24 financials were audited by BDO. They can be found in the back of your annual report if you wanted to follow along. The financials will be presented by BDO's Amy Martin. I believe she is going to be added online virtually right now. Right at the back. Is that annual report? Is annual report? Yeah.
Hi. Just kind of testing the audio here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm going to share my screen. And can you see my my screen with the draft statements there?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. I just wanted to start by saying thank you for inviting me to come and discuss the statements today. The statements that we're going to be going over are for the year ended March 31st, 2024. The first couple of pages are the independent auditor's report. That is what sort of belongs to BDO as the auditors. This is our job, is to do these first 2 pages. And as you can see here, and I'm not sure, is the Zoom okay, or should I zoom in a bit?
You could zoom in a bit, please.
Okay. All right. So as you can see, the opinion section here has what we call a clean opinion, which means there was nothing that we noticed during the audit that was sort of not in line with the rules of accounting for not-for-profit organizations. The rest of the audit report is just kind of standard template. It talks about the responsibilities of management. The statements technically belong to NAN Corporate Services. And then it talks about the responsibilities of the auditor, us, and that's kind of going over risks of where there could be errors, any kind of accounting policy choices have been made appropriately, that kind of thing. So the key thing here is that the opinion is clean. Oh. There we go. I'll just go over some highlights for the statement of financial position and the statement of revenue and expenses on the next page. So the financial position, that's what you might know as a balance sheet. It is assets or things that NAN owns and what they owe out to third parties as of March 31st specifically. So you'll see cash is up about 10.6, 10.7 million. There's a wide variety of reasons cash might fluctuate from year to year. This year, it's mostly due to the timing of paying amounts owing out to vendors and First Nations and things like that, as well as deferred revenue being up. And I'll talk about what deferred revenue is when we get down here. But that's the main reason for this large increase in cash this year. Accounts receivable is up about 1.2 million between 2023 and 2024. Most of that is related to various funding sources. So Indigenous Services Canada owed about 2.4 million as of year end. The Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services owed about 1.6 million as of year end. Ministry of Education, 3 million. And then HST that was paid, that was sort of coming back to NAN, was 2.4. Those are the bigger amounts that make up this 11 million here. Okay. This thing called prepaid expenses and deposits here, what mostly that is rent that's paid, sorry, not rent, insurance that's paid. That's going to be covering you for the next year. Last year it was a bit higher. This year it's 110,000. Last year it was 215, and that's because of some prepaid work that was paid to contractors as well as the insurance. Tangible capital assets, that's things like buildings, furniture, equipment. It's up about 300,000. So it was 9.4 million last year. As of March 2024, it's up to about 10 million. That's because of about $1 million in additions to buildings, furniture, equipment, that kind of thing, which is offset by the fact that we write that off over time. So buildings are written off at about 4% per year, furniture and equipment 20% per year, just to match the expenses sort of with how you use up those assets. Moving on to the liabilities section, accounts payable and accrued liabilities, 32 million as opposed to 28 last year, so it's up about 5 million. About 20 million of that is what we call trade payables. That's vendors like hotels for conferences, respite services, things like that, as well as some amounts owing to First Nations for various projects. There's also included in that 32 million, about 11 million repayable to funders for different programs where the full amount that was allowed wasn't necessarily spent. Okay. Just because of needs. Moving on to long-term debt. This is a mortgage. It's all showing as current just because it's renegotiated for the interest rate every year. However, these payments continue until about early 2026. Then we have capital lease obligations. If you add together the current portion and the long-term portion, that is the total amount that's owing for some building additions that happened in the past. And that is set to be paid off in 2025. So that's the amounts that are owing out to third parties. The net assets section is sort of the assets minus all of those obligations. So a portion of what's left over is this internally restricted 300,000. That's what's set aside for any kind of contingencies or unexpected things that might happen. And we also break out this investment in tangible capital assets just to sort of represent, like, yes, there is almost 17 million in net assets or assets minus liabilities. However, a large portion of it is tied up in buildings and equipment, so it can't necessarily be used for something else. Which leaves about 7 million for things that NAN can use in the future based on the direction for, advocacy programs, whatever it is that NAN wants to do. So that's all I wanted to sort of go over on the balance sheet. Jeff, is it okay if I move on to the statement of revenue and expenses?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm just gonna go to the bottom of this quickly just to show the overall results, and then we can talk about the rest in a little bit more detail. So the excess of revenue over expenses for the year was about 2.9 million. What makes that up is mostly sort of the interest and other income that is being earned that doesn't necessarily have to relate to specific project expenses. So a lot of the revenue comes from various different funders. Most of it is Indigenous Services Canada, or the largest portion is. Now, note that this amount isn't necessarily what they provided to NAN during the year. This is the amount that's recognized. So during 2024, Indigenous Services Canada provided about 35 million, whereas in 2023, they provided about 29 million. And the difference between these numbers and the ones that were actually provided cash-wise is that sometimes that funding is allowed to be used over multiple years, and it gets recognized here when it's actually spent on the various projects. The other revenue items that I wanted to point out in terms of funders is the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. If you add together the two line items, their general funding as well as the health and wellness funding, it's up about 3 million on here. However, that is mostly because 3 million from 2023 was actually spent in 2024. Most of the other funding sources are smaller or not much to talk about there. So I will point out interest is up quite a bit. It's up about 700,000. That's because interest rates improved compared to 2023. And then other income is just small items, and that's pretty consistent with last year. So that gives a total of 73 million in different revenue sources, including grants. Of that, 30 million was provided to various First Nations for projects and specific initiatives. And then NAN had some of their own expenses here. Amortization is just sort of writing off the buildings, furniture, and equipment and that kind of thing over time. So that does tend to go down each year. Bank charges and interest is down a little bit as the principal payment on the mortgage and the other loan goes down. The interest goes down as well. Conferences and workshops is fairly consistent. You'll notice consulting and professional fees is up. It was just under 5 million in the previous year to just under 7 million this year. That's because in 2024 there was some architect fees and some staff that were paid as contractors as opposed to staff. The other line item that you'll notice has changed quite a bit is supplies and resources. So supplies and resources in 2023 was 4 million. And in 2024 was only about 1.2 million. And that's because in 2023, there was a lot of expenses related to setting up Starlink for various communities. Okay. The other items are fairly consistent with the prior year and in line with our expectations as the auditors. And so I think that's the key things I wanted to point out on this statement. I am realizing I don't believe I talked about the deferred contributions. So the deferred contributions in the liabilities section of the balance sheet is just funding from various organizations, mostly Indigenous Services Canada and the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. And that's just funding that you have received the cash for, but we'll be spending that money in fiscal 2025 or later. So I apologize for that oversight. Other than that, that's everything I wanted to go over. I do want to point out there are schedules at the back of the statements that kind of go over the various programs by deputy chief and grand chief that are included in the statements. And there's also notes to the statements that give a bit more detail on some of these numbers, but I've kind of talked through those already. So I guess I'll turn it back to Jeff for now for any questions.
So if you look in your annual report, 2023-24, at the back, that is the details of your audit. And if you want to do your own forensic review, it's there for you to review. So at this time, I'd like to open the floor for any questions on the presentation. If there are any questions on the audit. If you can state your name and your community for minutes. Jason first and then Matthew.
Matthew Andrews, proxy for Waterman. I just need clarification.
Sorry,
Under,
Jason.
Net assets, unrestricted net assets. The auditor says whatever NAN wants to do with it. Can you elaborate?
We have an unrestricted amount that, with direction from the council, the chiefs, and we have that amount to follow anything you guys really want. It's unrestricted, it's not attached to anything. We have the, amount set aside for a specific specific, I think that was legal. 300,000 is set aside for legal cases brought forward against NAN. We also have the other assets that are essentially the purchases, the building, the equipment, and all that. But the 7.2 is unrestricted, so it's at our disposal to use how we wish.
Is this above the programs and service that they provide?
Pardon me?
Is this above the programs that NAN provides?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, Jason.
Thank you, Chair. Jason Batiste, Proxy Chapleau, Ojibwe. On page 14, Westway Respite Services, we paid them $9.5 million last year. What's that for?
It's a program we run. The logistics could be better answered by Wendy Arsenault. It falls under her purview. I believe she is in attendance.
Who's the program manager?
Wendy Arsenault. I saw her here. Another call for Wendy Arsenault, please. Where'd you go? Much like you, very attractive, really. There she is.
Oh, okay. The Westway Fund. The question is, what was the whatever was spent on?
Oh, okay. Good morning. My name's Wendy Arsenault. I'm the Director of Early Years. There's a question regarding Westway Respite funding. That's funding that has been provided through Jordan's Principle for the past 5 years. The funding is used to support your families and your communities to hire whoever they would like to do respite services for them, for families that have children with special needs. So a lot of the times the families are hiring their own family members to look after children while they have a break, go to treatment, come out of their communities to seek other services. So that's what the funding is for, and NAN flows that through to Westway Respite Services. That is an organization that has been providing respite for the past 30 years.
Does that answer your question, Jason? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so the floor is still open for any questions on the audit presentation. Any more questions? But the full audit is in the back of your book for your review. Okay, I don't see any. So we're going to get right into the resolution. Right, so if you can put the resolution up on the screen, please. Just realized I forgot my old lady glasses. If you can put the resolution up on the screen. Can you make it bigger? Okay. All right, so the resolution 24. Is this not 4? It says 31.
24, 31.
Okay, all right. All right, so this is the acceptance of the NAN Corporate Services Financial Audit. Whereas the financial statements of Nishnawbe Aski Corporate Services and the Auditor's Report for the year ended March 31, 24 have been presented at the 42nd Annual Keeywaywin Conference, whereas the financial statements fairly describe the financial position of NAN Corporate Services for the year ended March 31, 24, whereas the NAN Chiefs Finance Committee has reviewed and accepted the financial statements and the auditor's report as presented. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs in Assembly accept and approve the NAN Corporate Services audited financial statements as presented for 2023-24 fiscal year, dated at Constance Lake First Nation, this 13th day of August 24. So I will need a mover for this resolution. I will need a mover. I need a mover. Okay, thank you. Proxy Jason Baptiste. I will need a seconder for this resolution. I need a seconder. Thank you, Chief
Jennifer
Constant.
Constant.
Thank you. Okay. So the floor is open for any more discussion on the audit. Any more discussion on the audit? Okay, I see none. Any abstentions to the resolution? Any abstentions? I see none. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? Okay, I see none. All in favor? Okay. All right. Thank you, Chiefs. Resolution is passed. You're off the hook, Jeff. All right, so at this time, I'd like to call upon the host chief to share some news, and then it will be followed by a song. So, you know, sometimes when we leave our communities, there's always something that occurs in our community. So this time I'd like to call upon Chief Rick Allen, and he can share some sad news with you.
Bonjour. At this time, it just came to our attention here at leadership level that, you know, we lost one of our members, as found yesterday, so that this comes to heavy hearts in our community at this time. So I'm just requesting that some prayers do go out to the community members as well. And you know, I just not only for my community, you know, there's one of the neighboring communities that are in our tribal council, as well as Nabinimik, and some other chiefs here have lost some members during the last couple of days here. So we'd like to have an honor song and some moment of silence for them as before we continue to move forward on the agenda. Miigwech.
So we're going to call upon the drum to come and do a song. And just a reminder too that we do have those mental health supports in the room if you need to speak with someone. So we'll be doing a song and then a moment of silence. Chigineboyang to stand. Now we're going to have a moment of silence. So I know that we've been sitting all morning, and I realize that there are diabetics among our group. So what we're going to do is we're going to break for our lunch, and I'm going to put no one is gone now. Okay, I was going to put somebody on the spot to do grace. So I am going to call upon Pastor Darius Ferris. Darius, are you in the room? If you could come to the front. Who I was going to put on the spot just walked out of the room. So I'm going to ask Pastor Darius Ferris if he can do grace, and then we're going to break for our lunch break for 1 hour. And then coming back from lunch break, we're going to go right into 3 in-camera items. So in-camera items right after lunch.
Let's all rise, please. Let's just acknowledge the provision for the food this afternoon, and for those that had prepared this lunch for us. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just come to you, Lord, this afternoon, and we just want to thank you for this time of gathering and for this first session that has taken place this morning. We ask, Lord, that you bless this food that is set before us. Bless it through our bodies, for the nourishment of our bodies. Bless those that prepared it. And we ask, Lord, and we thank you for this blessing in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be back at 1, and we're going right into in-camera, which means no government, no media for in-camera. Thank you.
Turned back on, and we're good. And we will allow any media or government officials back into the assembly room. So for those rejoining the assembly through the live feed, we'd like to welcome everyone back. This is day 1 of the Nishnawbe Aski Nation Keeywaywin conference from Constance Lake. We did have 3 agenda items that were in camera, and those have concluded. Just to let people know, when we had the discussion on the agenda, the first in-camera session was dealing with the election procedures. So the outcome of that session dealing with the election procedures was there was consensus and general agreement that the governance committee would would go back and have a review process in terms of the election process for the next election. So that was the outcome of the first in-camera session. For now, the rules that have been adopted, the election rules that were adopted at the Winter Assembly by NAN chiefs, that will continue. So just to summarize for those rejoining. So with that, one more presentation, and then we will get into the election procedures and also the speeches from the candidates. So I'm going to turn it over right now to our colleague, Youth Co-Chair Caroline, to introduce the next presentation. No, we're out of in camera. I just want to confirm where the webcast is back on. Yes, okay. Jason, this doesn't need to be in camera? No, okay. So I'll give it to Caroline.
So the next presentation will be about the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and it will be presented by Jason Battis.
Thanks, Caroline. I'll forgive you on the pronouncing of my name as the youth co-chair. Thank you, Chiefs, for taking the time to listen to me today. I won't take up too much of your agenda. I know how many important things you've got going on today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Just so you know, I'm your selected representative on the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Ontario Sovereign Wealth Fund Board. We're dealing with the transfer and sale of the Hydro One shares that occurred almost 7 years ago now. And it's my obligation to come in and give you a sense of, annually, give you a sense of where they're at. For those of you that were at our annual meeting just a short month ago, this might be a little bit of a repeat, but I know that some of the NAN chiefs weren't able to attend, so I'm happy to give the update. Is this the clicker? Yep, should work. Yep. So just by way of background, the Sovereign Wealth Fund was initiated in 2017 with initial loan from Ontario to buy the 14,391,012 shares of Hydro One Limited at $18 per share. That was done in the sense to keep us out of their hair and pursuing legal action with the privatization of Hydro One. That's essentially why Ontario Hydro, the government of Ontario cut this deal with the First Nations. We're the second largest shareholder of Hydro One. We own about 2% of the total shares of the Hydro One, the largest shareholder, of course, being the province of Ontario. They also gave us about $30 million as seed capital, as a little bit of a sweetener to the pot. It's an investment fund that we manage in addition to the shares. The loan that we take out is 25 years. Ontario loaned us the money to buy the shares, so they weren't given to us for free. They loaned us the money, we purchased the shares, and that was done at 3.15%. I'll talk about what the loan looks like a little bit later on. 129, we didn't get all 134 First Nations participating. Don't ask me why 5 chose not to participate. I think they're sort of lamenting their decision not to participate now, and you'll see why, given the value of what we're able to accomplish and the value of the investments that we've made. So we have 129 partners in First Nations, and I believe all the NAN communities are with us in this endeavor. Just a little bit about the structure. We've all seen limited partner structures. They're extremely complicated. There's a number of layers to it. But all of this to say that the Hydro One shares are being managed through OFN Power Holdings and OFN Capital Wealth Fund. We have a board of representatives that manages the affair, the business day to day, and we're represented by the PTOs across the province and the independents. I think there's 7 directors on the board. So how we've been doing Hydro One shares? I mentioned we were sold the shares, or we bought the shares in 2017 for $18. They were $18 a share. Today they're trading at I think it was $43.99 a share today. So we've doubled, more than doubled in value just on the basic value of the shares. We have taken the decision to sell some of the shares in favor of other investments. We do have a very sophisticated and one of the top managing investment funds in Connor, Clark and Lund that work for us, and they're advising us to diversify. And the reason why they're doing that is they use the example of sort of the Ma Bells, and if you're a one-trick pony, and there's other technology or other things come into play that could diminish the value of even a Hydro One, such a big monolith. I can't understand how other people might get into the transmission game, but for example, wireless electricity, who knows, right? So that's what they're saying. You got to think about not being so much a one-trick pony and start to diversify your portfolio. So we've done that. And we've done that, I think Connor, Clark and Lund have done that very well for us. We're making about somewhere between 10 and 12% after we sell the shares and invest in other forms of equity and real estate and other things, we're making about 12% on those investments. Just as an example, in terms of how we've operated over a number of years, you can see we were worth about $2.2 million when we started in 2018. We're now worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $630 million, and that's growing every day. Every year we're achieving wonderful results in investing on behalf of the communities. Again, we still hold the loan, and the reason why we're not paying back the loan, we still owe the province $250 million, but the loan is cheap money. It's 3.1%. We can take that money, the $250 million, and simply park it in a savings account. You can do this with a GIC and make 5% on the money. So instead of paying a loan at 3.1%, put the money in the bank at 5%, keep the 2% and stay the loan, right? So we have no intention of touching the loan, the principal of the loan, until we have to, because it is the cheapest money that we can find. You and I could never borrow that much money or any amount of money for that matter, at least for me. My credit's so bad, but at 3.1%. So that's why we're still carrying this, the balance of a loan total. And again, we have no intention until we have to of making those principal payments. So that bar chart gives you a good sense of sort of how the fund is developing. Just another way to put it, you can see again the black area is where we started, and over time and up into 2023, 2024, how we've almost we're getting on to tripling the value of the fund. So what does that mean for the First Nations, right? What does it mean to you? The money sits in a vault somewhere, and that means nothing to your community other than you can say you have this money sitting in a vault somewhere, and it really doesn't do my community any good. We have been given by the Chiefs and Assembly in our annual meetings, and we confirmed this again this year, we have a wealth creation mandate. You know, I'd like to see the fund hit $1 billion, but it's not my money. Right? We think we're going to get there by, probably 2027, 2028 will be $1 billion fund. But again, it's your money. The $29 million we were given as seed capital. What the Chiefs have directed is we're not going to distribute any of that $30 million, $29 million until it hits $90 million, or we reach this 12-year cycle, at which time we'll come back to the Chiefs and say, well, here's your money. Do you want us to keep investing, or do you want us to distribute? But we have no mandate at this time from the Chiefs to look at distributions. All we've been told to do is keep doing what you're doing, build the nest egg, and at some point, we'll talk about how that an annuity, I think some sort of an annuity accrues back to the nations. We haven't talked about formulas. We haven't talked about any of the things that we usually have very pleasant discussions about as First Nations about who gets what. So those discussions are, at least thankfully for me as the chair of the board, down the road. So all of that to say, the fund is in good hands. The folks, we have very good minds, way sharper than mine on the board. We have bankers, we have investment advisors from communities. So we have a very good team that are looking after the money extremely well. Like I say, we've almost tripled the fund in a short 7 years, and we look to carry out that success. And I'm very happy to have been able to represent NAN and continue to represent NAN as the chair of the board. So that was my obligation to report to you today, and thank you for NAN giving me the time to do so. And if anybody has any questions, you can ask them now, or you can corner me in the lobby, whatever your wishes. Miigwech.
There's no questions? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Connie now.
All right, thank you. Jason, you could just write us a check. Okay. All right, so at this time, we will be completing our official work for today. And I'd like to invite, oh, okay. I'd like to invite Audrey, but there's some housekeeping. So the bus schedule, 7:15 a.m. at the Companion Hotel. At 7:20 is at the Super 8, and 7:25 is at the Villa Inn and Suites. So if you require transportation tomorrow, that is the schedule. Is this posted? It's posted somewhere? Hopefully at the front there'll be copies of this. And the shuttle drivers are George and Sean. Their numbers will be posted. And as well for, there is supper here tonight, and it is going to be for the delegates and the councils, the 3 councils, and the NAN staff. Right? Okay. All right, and it is going to be in the same room as before. So, a good day today. Starting an hour and a half late, we pretty much caught up, so I'm really happy about that. So with that, I'm going to call Audrey up.
Adjourn the meeting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So do we have to do a resolution? Or? So we're officially adjourned, right?
But explain it.
Yeah. So we're adjourning this part of our meeting, our role, and giving it to Audrey now.
Thank you very much. I wasn't sure if I needed my microphone.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So we're about to get into the speeches section of the electoral procedures. So under 7.2, each candidate, so we're going to start with the Grand Chief candidates. Each candidate will have 20 minutes to share their platform with all of you. There will be, Chris has arranged for there's going to be a timer that's going to be shown, giving 20 minutes. So for the candidates, that'll be right in front of you. At 2 minutes, you will see the light will start to flash as a 2-minute warning. And then at exactly 20 minutes, I will stop you from speaking. So please, to the candidates, just pay attention to the timer. Time does go quickly when you're standing in the hot seat, as they say. So there are no questions for this part of the presentation. The questions will be reserved for tomorrow morning. So just bear in mind your questions. And are we ready to begin? I see Chris. Chris is ready. So we are going to, the candidates are going to come up as follows. Alvin Fiddler will be first. Pauline Penina Mickelson will be second, and Bobby A. Narcisse will be third as the Grand Chief candidates. And then after that, we'll move on to the deputy. Alvin, I'll invite you up to the mic, and I'll give you a 1, 2, 3, go. No, I'm just kidding.
A zapper.
Yeah. Chris, the timer will begin once Alvin begins his speech.
Miigwech Audrey, thank you for once again agreeing to do this very important work. Amiwaja Managuk, Umaga Bizaik, Gumakanak, Kchihak, Ikook, Skatsak, Antkinaganak, Gumina Ganat Stamek, Gwajibnawa, Gumina and Akumak, Umagumakan, Council Stake, Gagidandak, Umach, does Mauchi Dek, does Jikonik. Chief Rick Allen, and the council, people from Constance Lake First Nation, miigwech, for agreeing to host us for this year's gathering. And so I just want to just acknowledge everyone that's in the room, the leadership, and everyone that's listening over the internet. I want to start off by acknowledging the chiefs that came forward back in June to sign my nomination papers. Chief Brennan Chinwap from Upkika, Chief Katakwabit from Fort Albany First Nation, and Chief Wayne Wabi from Beaver House. Miigwech, I can't thank you enough for having the trust and faith in me to once again stand for the candidacy for Grand Chief of Nan. I also just want to acknowledge my own family, and they're on their way now. I see it's raining outside, so I hope they're driving carefully from Thunder Bay. My wife, Tisa, and we're blessed with two kids. Well, I still call them kids. They're 24 and 20 now. Jace and Allison. Jace came into our lives when she was just 2 months old through the child welfare system and through the adoption process, and lives with fetal alcohol. And so we know firsthand the challenges that as families, as parents, we face when we are raising a child with complex needs, such as Jace. And every day is a challenge, but it's also a blessing to have these kids in our lives. So I'm grateful for the gifts of family and kids. And Ali, who's traveling with her mom on her way here, went to her first Sundance 2 weeks ago in Gracia Narrows, and she called me the next day, and I was just so emotional when she was telling me about her experience, because as a 19-year-old young woman growing up in Thunder Bay and spending time in Musqueam, she has her own challenges as well. When we talk about mental health challenges that many of our families face, our communities, my family is no exception. And so we do this work, or I do this work, I commit myself to do this work, thinking about my own kids, but also thinking about all our children and youth across the Nan Territory. I also just want to acknowledge the elders that have been there for me for many years. Some of them are in this room, and some of them I know are listening from back home and also in Thunder Bay. One of them is from Webakwe, Ananias Spence. And Ananias has been like a mentor to me over these past many years, especially during COVID. I remember, and I know you remember as well, how you felt when we heard about this pandemic that was coming into our territory. And Ananias called me up one day, and we just live not far from each other in Thunder Bay. And he said, "You need to look after yourself. That you cannot really help others or really help or lead this work if you're unwell." And he encouraged me to go to the land and just walk. And that's what I started doing in March of 2020. I took my snowshoes out. I started going out. And he said, when you walk on the land, you're walking on medicine. And his teachings since that time have been really close to my heart. And so I try to follow and honor the teachings of Ananias and so many other elders that are here with us still. And finally, to the leadership, that's in this room and also that were unable to be here. Miigwech, thank you for your time. Especially these last month and a half. I've spoken to many of you, if not all of you. And you've given me really good feedback. Not just positive feedback, but constructive feedback. And I take your words to heart. Like I really was impacted by some of your comments and some of my travels and some of the calls I've had with you. And I know he's not here, Chief Saad Loken from Fort Hope. But he spoke at the Matawa EGM last week in Lansdowne in the Skandiga, and his words to me were profound when he was talking about the Nishnawbe Aski Nation. What it was meant to do in terms of its function and mandate, why it was created, and sort of where he sees NAN now, like today. And I know that his thoughts, his views that he shared with us that day are not unique. I'm sure you share those same thoughts as well in terms of where you see your political organization, where it's at today. And so I listened to your feedback and your comments, and I intentionally did not send out a fancy brochure back in June or July promising you this is what I'll do for you. But instead I listened, and based on that feedback I sent you that letter on Friday, just validating what you're saying, what you've shared with me, and that I agree with many of the points that you raised. And so that is what the letter represented that I sent on Friday. And I'll try to break it into 3 points with the time that I have. The first is just to simply stop and pause what we're doing right now and how we're doing it, and to restructure and reorganize and reassess and review where we're at right now in terms of how NAN does its work, how we do business, even how we run our meetings. And also to look at how NAN can better support you in the work that you're doing while you are in your communities on a daily basis facing the many challenges that come at you on a single day, whether it's housing or child welfare. And I have this in my bundle. This is from 1997, from Grand Council Tree Number 9. Basic Issues and Priorities of Grand Council Tree Number 9. And they outlined at that time what their priorities were. And I would say that today, in 2024, that the priorities that they outlined are still very much our priorities today. And so we need to examine how NAN needs to do better, that NAN needs to look different, that we need to go back and examine how NAN was created, why it was created, and some of those founding fathers that worked so hard to build this organization are still with us. And I would like at some point in the near future, before they leave us, for us to give them time to talk to us about, for example, the declaration that they signed and announced to the world back in 1977 on the Declaration of Nationhood. That is so important. And it is so important that all of us as chiefs understand what that is, what their intention was when they made that declaration, back in 1977. And so it's important that we take that a bit of time, and as with this new renewed mandate, if you give me this this opportunity to lead NAN once again, that is something that we will have to do together. To re-examine NAN, to restructure, to reorganize how we will work together, because this is your organization. You've heard it many times that this is a chief's organization and we are here to serve you. And I know that in recent years that it may not feel like that. That it's NAN that's essentially telling you how it should be, how things should be done. And I apologize for that, but it should be the other way around. And so that's something that I'm personally committed to doing, along with the Chiefs Governance Council and the present structure that's there, to work within that structure to, but if we also need to restructure the existing governance model, then that is something we need to do. And how do we fix it? I'll be the first one to say that I don't have all the answers, but I know the answers, that if we come together, if we do this collectively, that the answers are there. And so I will be reaching out to you, chiefs and tribal councils, to begin to outline how this work will look in the days ahead and weeks. I was also struck by one of the comments that was made by one of the female chiefs I met this week or last week. And she said, as female leaders, our challenges are unique. They're different. And so her suggestion was that to gather the female leadership of NAN, to have their own gathering, so that they can meet and discuss and talk about how they can support each other. And the mentorship that needs to happen at that level as well is so important. And so that's something that I will commit to do, to organizing that gathering. The second prong, or the second point that we need to work on, is this the discussion we just had this afternoon on the treaty. On also the protection of lands and the right to First Nations self-determination. And there's so much going on right now across the country on so many cases, legal cases. We heard of one yesterday that was launched in Toronto, for example. And what does that mean for NAN? Or the rest tool decision that was announced last Friday. What does that mean for us? Or the cases you just heard on the annuities case, or the annuities matters that legal counsels want to put forward. What does that mean for us? What does that mean for our community? So we need to ensure that we get a good handle on all of these issues, and so that our next assembly we can come to you and actually give you the information that you need to make these decisions, because right now it's very difficult to do that when all we're hearing is just about what's going on out there. And so we will gather this information for you so that you can decide for yourself what is in the best interest of your community. The final thing I want to talk about is this: we cannot do this work as communities or as tribal councils or even as NAN, that we need to align our work with our regional organization, Chiefs of Ontario, and I'm really happy that the new regional chief is committed to be more visible in our territory, that he was up in Nishnawbe, for example, that he wants to work closely with NAN and also with our national chief, AFN. For far too long, I think we've been busy fighting each other, or that we're competing for resources, or that somehow we want to, grab that spotlight, but it shouldn't be like that. That with the changing political climate that will happen, whether it's later this year or next year with the change in government, that we need to be better organized. And so that means working with all our partners, working with all of you, and supporting community-driven initiatives. And that means making sure that we are aware of what you are doing, your priorities, your concerns, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to visit some of the communities this summer. For example, I went to Keeywaywin on Aboriginal Day on June 21st and spent a bit of time with Chief Merloon. And he had his own list of priorities on water, on housing, on mental health and addictions, and the need for more treatment beds, for example. And so we need to develop community profiles for each community in that territory so that we can be in a better position to support you in the work that you do, because you cannot do it alone. That you need your regional organization, in this case NAN, to be there, and we need to, first of all, as I said, to fix ourselves so that we can be able to support the work that you're doing. The feedback that I've received is valuable. One of the emails that I got last week was for NAN to stay in its lane on some of the issues that we're working on, and I take that to heart, that we need to ensure that we know what it is that we need to do to support you, not for NAN to interfere with the work that you're doing. And so that's what I'm committed to doing, Chiefs, to work closely with you, to work closely with the Governance Council, to ensure that NAN is better, because I know you're tired. I know sometimes it's overwhelming with the losses that we face in our communities on a daily basis. And sometimes I too get tired, I get weary. But what gives me hope is our youth. When I see our youth graduating from school, when I see our youth going to treatment or ceremony, youth like Bidaban Munyas, who I met again last week in Nishnawbe, they want to live. They want things to be better in their lives and their communities. And as leaders, it's our job to be there for them. And so that is what I'm committed to doing. And I just want to thank you, Chiefs, for your ongoing support and friendship and leadership. And I will be there with you. Miigwech. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Pauline Panina Mickelson. Okay. Again, Pauline, we're going to, you see the 20 minutes? It's going to, as soon as you start, the time will start, and then you'll see once it goes to 2 minutes, it'll change color. Okay?
And the buzzer will come on.
Yeah.
I would like to ask my support to come stand behind me.
Yeah.
That's okay. Can I please ask my husband, my family, the chiefs, Chief Cam, Chief Wabas, and the elder, Ignace, and Jason and Stephanie to come behind me, please. I take this off first?
Your time has started.
Okay. Good afternoon. Wachia, I want to acknowledge the sacred items, the drum, the opening prayer, and to the host leadership and community of Constance Lake First Nation. Pauline Pinana Mickelson Dijankas, and I am one of the candidates for the Grand Chief. Achkozani Gijantauk, Eganin Dawashu, Ima Bejukjap, Etasiag Awashag. My late parents are Mr. and Mrs. Jonate. My mother's maiden name was Beardy. Since I was young, my parents instilled in me the desire to advocate and serve our people and community, and to always be proud of my culture and identity. As an Nishnawbe, ego gengik namagog migaka jwanihkian owanenin ego andeuchian. Ego gea, I'm also a wife, a mother to 3 children, a grandmother to 4 beautiful grandchildren. I am a sister, auntie, and sister-in-law. I've had the opportunity to pursue formal education, beginning with secondary education. When I was 13, I had to leave my home community of Satchko Lake, just as all my elder siblings had done, and traveled 200 kilometers south to Poplar Hill Developmental School. My path was not linear. Like many, I was an adult learner in my mid-30s when I launched my post-secondary education journey. To start, I earned a general vocational preparation certificate, followed with a business diploma and business advanced diploma from Confederation College. I also have an honors Bachelor of Commerce undergrad degree and Master of Science in Management graduate degree from Lakehead University. I earned my last high school credit through Keeywaywin Internet High School, and I was so happy to celebrate this achievement in my home community of Satchko Lake First Nation this spring. The cost of pursuing education as Nishnawbe was often challenging. At times, I encountered lateral violence and racism that impacted my journey. Sagochgo, I am grateful for those experiences. No matter how hard it was, it made me the person that I am today. Standing before you, asking you for your support, so I can work in growing our nations based on our teachings and values. We must create hope and opportunities for our people, especially our youth and future generations. Over the last 30 years, I have worked with our communities, tribal councils, organizations, our partners, and agencies. In each of these roles, I advocated strongly for, supported, and interpreted for our people. I have had the privilege of providing direct services to our communities and people, and I believe that my work over the last 30 years, it has provided me with a strong foundation for me to be your Grand Chief. With my lived experiences, I have grown to be a strong, thoughtful, and strategic advocate focused on securing tangible results and solutions for our people and community. My work has led me to this certainty that there is so much more advocacy that we need to address the chronic failures of our partners in their commitments and relations with our people. There is more we as leaders need to do together to achieve what we want for our communities. It is a great honor and privilege to be nominated as a candidate for Nishnawbe Aski Nation Grand Chief. My lifelong passion for nation building with a focus on improving the lives of all our people makes me a strong candidate for Grand Chief. I am humbled by the teachings of our ancestors and the power of our great Manitou. As Nishnawbe, born and raised in Satchko Lake, I hold strong convictions of who I am as a member and together as the people of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. As a fluent speaker in Anishinaabe, I am empowered and honored to use my voice to lead in strengthening our community voices and helping to assert individual community sovereignty. I am grateful for my late parents for teaching me the importance of our language, culture, ceremony, and land. They also taught me the importance of listening. The teachings passed down to us by our ancestors will guide our work to building stronger, self-determining nations. We need to revitalize and give life to the groundwork our ancestors laid out for us towards our sovereignty. I believe that we as First Peoples, we carry a great responsibility given to us by Manitou to maintain and protect our languages, cultures, ceremonies, lands, and resources, because our culture and relationship to the land is an integral part of our identity as First Nations people. As your leader, our voice will be united and clear when we remind the partners of our collective stewardship. We signed our treaties with another nation in the right of Great Britain to coexist and share our lands with the settlers. Land acknowledgements do not feed our people. Many struggle under soul and spirit-crushing poverty. Our people remain in poverty. Reconciliation with our people must include economic reconciliation. I will work with you for our fair share of the revenues and benefits generated from our own lands and resources. As your Grand Chief, I will actively work with each First Nation to understand your needs and priorities, then work with you all to focus our efforts to strengthen the communities of our nations. I will come to your communities to meet and work with you and your people. When we work together, we are stronger. Our strength and resolve will ensure our nations will thrive in the generations to come. We need to create a future filled with hope and action for and with our young people and generations still unborn. It is time. As a Grand Chief, I will be a servant of the people. My role will be to work and advocate with you, to be there for you in your times of need and crisis to help make life better in our communities, and to be part of your struggle and successes. We will celebrate these successes as nations together. We need to build on the groundwork and vision that our elders and leaders laid out for us in the 1977 Nishnawbe Aski Nation Declaration. We know NAN was established in 1973 and was known as Grand Council Treaty 3, and was known as Grand Council Treaty 9 until 1983. NAN exists for the people of our territory. Our elders and leaders' vision and the Declaration of 1977 included the following: that we have a right to receive compensation for our exploited natural resources. We have a right to receive compensation for the destruction and abrogation of our hunting, fishing, and gathering rights. Right to renegotiate our treaty as understood by our people, land, and resources. The right to approach other world nations to further the aims of our nations of Treaty Number 9. As your Grand Chief, we must return to the vision of our ancestors and have NAN be your political voice in achieving the rights set out in the 1977 Declaration. Many things have occurred since our leaders and elders made public their vision for our people. but the facts still remain the same, that a lot of our communities live in poverty. We need to change that. Our communities must thrive and be healthy and be alive instead of merely surviving. It is time. As First Nations people, we have experienced and witnessed the devastating consequences of colonialism and policies of assimilation on our people and nations. In our communities, we have one of the largest and oldest corporations, tracing its roots back to 1668, the Hudson's Bay Company, which was incorporated in 1670 and was granted the right of sole trade and commerce. Today, it thrives as a retail store operator in our communities. It continues to extract resources at great cost to our people. Our peoples are kept in perpetual bondage to this corporation, and we need to address this. We have also seen efforts to address these wrongs over the past decades, but sadly, these efforts are rooted in colonialism and have not made our people strong as they should be, and have not addressed the ills visited on our communities and individuals by a system designed to hurt and erase us. We need a renewed approach. We need to address the silos operating within our communities and in our regional organizations. As Grand Chief, I offer you a renewed approach that is more inclusive collectively as nations. We must rebuild our collective societies because we have lost too many of our people unnecessarily for far too long through systems that are in place designed to destroy us, and they are detrimental to the well-being and survival of our peoples. That is why we must rebuild. It is time. Our communities must seize and create opportunities to improve overall community health and well-being. If our children are to prosper and thrive for generations to come, change must come now. It is incumbent upon us to make the necessary changes. It is time. We must work together proactively so that all our people can live their lives to their full potential. All our people were provided with gifts and talents as part of their inherent right to fulfill their destiny. We are all gifted as individuals from our Manitou, and we need to give each other the space, support, and the opportunity to flourish and live life to the greatest extent possible. We need to encourage our peoples to accept and carry out their responsibilities with the gifts they were provided as part of their inherent right. We cannot continue to stand by and watch our people live in bondage to trauma, addictions, and poverty. That is not the life our elders envisioned for us. When they signed the treaties, they envisioned a bright and prosperous future for all our people. They used Manitou's creation to signify how long those treaty commitments would last, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. As your Grand Chief, I will work with you towards fulfilling the rights of our people as intended by our founding members, elders, and leaders for the Treaty 9 and Treaty 5 communities that make up Nishnawbe Aski Nation. We must be steadfast as nations to ensure partners are held accountable and to provide the necessary resources that come from our lands to support our journey to become thriving and healthy nations. It won't happen overnight because it'll take significant effort and tenacity to address the harms that we have experienced over time. Our communities will need to work together to develop long-term strategies to advance our nations with and without our partners. The time for change is now. It is time. We must collectively work together to exercise our true sovereignty, inherent sovereignty. The significance and strength of our treaties will be diminished the longer we wait for partners to honor their promises and responsibilities. But first, we must recognize our own treaties and exercise the rights therein. The treaties were meant to benefit our peoples, to protect our traditional ways of life with our lands and resources. We must work with everyone. As successor states, to uphold the obligations under our treaties. Our voices have power. I truly believe this. We know our strengths. We know what is best for us. We cannot have others continue to determine what is best for us. I want Nishnawbe Aski Nation to harness the power of the voices of our communities and the political leaders to provide direction when engaging with partners. I will bring my 30+ years of varied experience to advance our treaty rights and develop thriving nations. Our people need to exercise sovereignty over our lands and resources. We are the fastest growing population in Canada, yet we continue to be ignored of our inherent rights and responsibility. We must hold them accountable. It is time. We have suffered under colonialism and broken promises for far too long. It is time for it to end, and we must exercise our sovereignty over our lands. It is time. To move forward, we must find solutions collectively to address trauma from colonization that has resulted in mental health issues, chronic and undiagnosed health issues, substance abuse and addictions, homelessness and suicide amongst our people. They continue to increase. It is not stopping. We see and feel the addiction, the homelessness, suicide, and lack of access to quality health care of our people. We know the high rates of incarceration. We know our people are being killed while in police custody. We feel the apathy of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and boys, and men. We are all affected by the tragic losses and impacts from mental health, addictions, and lack of access to consistent level of care afforded to others on this great land. We must work together in unity to address the root causes and establish a path to healing for our peoples. We cannot afford to stand by and watch as more of our people's lives are put at risk. NAN-wide conferences on suicide were held in 1990 and 2000, from which the culturally based trauma team model for counseling evolved and has been used in our communities. I will hold a NAN-wide conference on suicide that will bring our people together and our leaders together to establish a path to healing for our people. We will take steps to address the devastating social issues for a future filled with hope, wellness, and prosperity for our people. The solutions are in our communities. It is time. Our people are a great resource. They have intimate knowledge of our communities. They have vested interest in our communities, our people, and all our relations. We must develop capacity through our people and their strengths. Chiefs and proxies, I thank you for your time. I am very honored to be standing up here and have your attention. I would be honored to have your support and vote for the office of the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. I humbly ask for your support so we can work together to make the necessary changes to improve the lives of our people. Miigwech.
Thank you, Pauline. I'm going to welcome Bobby Narcisse up to the podium. Okay, Bobby, your 20 minutes.
Niin Tim. Bonjour Kenweg, Niin Bobby Narcisse, Nishnawbe Airland Dunji. Chimmy Gwash Kenweg Dinanum, Iba Goodnishin, Ganyanum, Gagig Da. Chiefs, everyone, thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words to you for my candidacy for Grand Chief. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional territory of Constance Lake, and I'd also like to acknowledge Chief Allen and his council and his community for welcoming us for the next few days for our Keeywaywin conference here. And I'd also like to acknowledge the drum and the elders and the women's committee and also the youth that are here as well that are really well represented today. So it's great to have all this leadership here and all of our knowledge keepers to really guide in this process that we're going to be having in the next couple of days. As you know, I really like to celebrate Nishnawbe Aski Nation's diverseness. We have 49 First Nation communities that are part of Nishnawbe Aski Nation with various languages, various cultural identities, way of doing things. And I think it's very diverse as well. And coming from Aeroland myself, if you look at my little map that I gave to you, my little meet and greet, you see Aeroland's right in the middle, right there. So I could see in the east, I could see in the west, so I'm right in the middle. And it's basically looking at all portions of Nishnawbe Aski Nation in Treaty 5 and Treaty 9 as well, looking at some of the priorities that are there. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge a lot of the work that is currently happening within our territory, especially the changes that is happening. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is evolving. You know, our young people are evolving, our young people are going into various leadership roles as well. The climate is changing, and I think we need to really change with it. We have to, although we have to really respect where we came from, how Nishnawbe Aski Nation was created, but I think we also really need to take that look forward. Where are we going? And how are we going to guide our processes in moving ahead? What are our priorities? And I think those are the areas that we really need to focus on in terms of moving ahead. We really need to uphold our treaties. You know, we really need to take the government to task to really uphold their fiduciary responsibilities to your treaties, your treaty, the Treaty 9, Treaty 5, wherever it is. It also has to really push all those in terms of areas of your rights to the land and how your free, prior, informed consent needs to be established before any sort of resource development is happening within our communities as well. And you know what? NAN is leading the way in a lot of areas. A lot of First Nation communities across Canada are looking to us as well in terms of some of the innovative work that you are doing amongst your community members. All the different things that you have incorporated in terms of the development of your First Nation communities. And that's what we need to harness as well. We need to harness that ability in your leadership to really put those areas into practice in terms of what we want to achieve. Chiefs, delegates, it's been my honor to really serve you the past 3 years as your Deputy Grand Chief. I've learned a lot. I've worked with many of you, and I bring a lot of my gifts also to the table as well in terms of helping a lot of those areas with a nation-to-nation approach and working in various portfolios that we've had. I've had the honor of working with our Chiefs committees as well that really guide a lot of the work that we've been doing. We've made innovations and inroads, for example, in the work that we've been doing in social and child and family services. With your leadership and even the work that we've been in, we've established that we have intervener statuses in all these different things that really pertain to our children. We joined that court case, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case that found the federal government guilty against discriminating against your children. We joined it because, well, our challenges are unique with respect to remoteness. You know, $1 in Toronto is different than $1 in Attawapiskat or $1 in Araland. We did some great work in terms of establishing something called the remoteness quotient. You know, and looking at needs-based funding. You know, just because, like I know before, we used to just draw a line in terms of getting remoteness funding to say that if you're above the 50th parallel, you get remoteness. You know, that still perpetuates a type of discrimination. So the work that you've been doing, also with our Chiefs Committee, has guided the work with establishing a remoteness quotient, an economic value system that really looks at how we should be resourced properly in terms of developing programs and services for our children. And those programs and services should be developed at the community level. And that's what we want to also foster, to continue to foster, that many of those programs and services should be delivered and created with your language, your way of life, how you do business in your communities. Those are the very important things that we really need to ensure that in terms of moving ahead, that your cultural needs are really paramount in terms of moving ahead. We looked at the work that we've been doing, especially as a deputy. We know that the resources should be going straight to the First Nation communities. You know, we've made a lot of inroads in terms of you're looking at our track record in that, especially within this particular file, is that we are now resourcing different areas, like different things like your band rep programs. We know many of your citizens and your children, youth, and families are always calling you every day in terms of asking for help, like whether it be basic needs or advocacy roles and everything. So we've established a team as well, especially at Nishnawbe Aski Nation, to really guide you in that work. And there's a lot more work that needs to happen as well with respect to establishing your own laws, your own band reps, your looking at maximizing all the resources that are available to you and your family and your children as well. And all the inroads that we've been making within Child and Family Services could also be put into other areas, like education. I know when I started at this role, I was also given the education file. And when I moved into this file, we looked at why can't we use some of the inroads that we had with our Child and Family Services work? Why can't we do that with education? And that's what we did. We took the federal government to task, both CERNAC and Indigenous Services Canada sign this agreement to ensure that we have that same attention to what we had, the inroads with our children, youth, and families with education. The same thing we could do with our health. You know, it's just that motivation and also that express know-how to really move into those levels, those high-level negotiations where, you know, we shouldn't be bothering ourselves with negotiation with low-level bureaucrats. You know, we have to make sure that we have a nation-to-nation discussion with decision makers around the table. You know, so it's according to treaties and the fiduciary responsibility of all levels of government to ensure that they are also here to really negotiate with you on matters that affect you, whether it be lands and resources or mining and all those very important things that you hold dear for future generations. I'd like to acknowledge our youth and our youth council. And I know the Grand Chief mentioned that the Prime Minister did meet with our youth earlier on this year, and we are so proud of them and all the work that we've been doing. But I was thinking to myself when the Prime Minister was here talking to our youth, why isn't he here? Well, why don't we invite him to our meetings? Why doesn't the Prime Minister talk to you as well? Because you are the treaty rights holders. When has he ever come here for you? You know, why can't we demand that, like, the Prime Minister or the Premier come to these gatherings? I know our youth council is very forward thinking, and the Prime Minister did meet with them, yes, and stuff. That's great, that's awesome, because they are the future generation. But at this time too, we're looking at ways where we need to involve, why can't the Prime Minister also come and see you? Why can't he be here to address you? He comes to AFN every now and then when you need him to. And it is an election year coming up as well. And we need to get ready for all that, for the next government that is coming. Like, what are some ways that we need to prepare ourselves in terms of ensure that we have a foothold and a great position to really ensure that we press our needs. We press what we want in terms of lands and resources, our treaty obligations as well. It also includes the province of Ontario, who's currently legislating various laws that infringe on your treaty rights. And we can't stand for this in terms of we need to really uphold all those areas that are told dear to us, like our treaties, and their responsibility to treaty as well. And so as Grand Chief, I think this is very important that the role really has, is to guide the discussions that is happening, really put into place what the Chief's resolutions are being brought to around the table here, so to ensure that there is a true nation-to-nation discussion moving ahead. And this divide and conquer tactic that is happening amongst our communities, there needs to be a way, there needs to be a dialogue amongst all of our areas to really look at those commonalities that we all share. If there's ideas or infringements on other First Nations treaty territory, there needs to be a dialogue or an opportunity or a forum where we can address those issues collectively and not be subject to mining industries or government and dissuading all these different areas and dividing and conquering even our leadership around the table. There needs to be an opportunity where we are able to have a forum in terms of looking at ways where it benefits us all, benefits your children, your community members in moving ahead as well. And it requires that courage as well to do so. And I think it's very important we can't be shying away from many of these hard conversations that need to happen. We need to really also have a safe environment, and also an environment where we could bring some of these issues to bear, so we could talk about them as well. Many of our regions have different regional priorities, and they should be respected. But also it's an opportunity where the Nishnawbe Aski Nation was created by you, the Chiefs in Assembly, to really look at ways to how do we build some of those bridges? How do we also maintain that advocacy role for what the organization was built for as well? So there's a lot of areas that, a lot of successes that we had moving ahead. But I get it. With all the money that we've been accessing and that's going right to the community, we could have all these resources coming in through programs and services. But we've heard many of the issues, saying that we don't have the capacity right now. We need, some of our communities are at various levels of, setting up their support and prevention institutions that they still require some assistance. We can't find the workforce. We can't, how do we really engage our workforce and our community members to really get involved in the communities? And I tell you this, everybody that's watching online, your leadership needs you as well. Ask not what your reserve or your community can do for you, but what you can do for your community. I think JFK said that. What can you do to be a part of your change in communities and moving ahead? I know your chief and your councils do not have the ideas, and they really need your support as well. So it's my challenge to you as well, as community members, wherever you may reside, both on and off reserve, that your voice counts as well. And we need your strategies, what your have, need, wants are as well. And we can't forget about many of our community members that do not live on reserve. Our chiefs have said that their community members, their children, are their jurisdiction wherever they may reside. and we'll continue to work with them to ensure that you are able to, get those services as well, get that advocacy too, and that you are not forgotten as well. Because, in terms of looking at ways to really ensure that, we service the people that we have, we can't really forget the fact that many of our community members have to leave the communities to access these very important services, whether it be in health, whether it be with educational opportunities. Many of our communities have to leave because there's no dialysis machine, or they have to, for mental health work. So all these different areas as well. And we need to work with the communities and all sectors to really come up with these community wellness and community support plans that will really ensure that many of your citizens do not get left behind. And so those are areas that, as Grand Chief, I will really continue to really support and really encourage as well, because everyone should have a voice. And, it's important to really develop these initiatives as well. And also we need to really start celebrating our successes. We need to celebrate our youth, and there's so much trauma. We're always in a perpetual state of crisis. I know this is the reality in many of our communities, but there's a lot of inroads that are happening. We have to really celebrate some of those successes that the champions in your community are doing, the ideas that are coming from the grassroots, from our leadership, from young people as well. Our youth are, making some innovative strides in terms of achieving their goal, their education. But also, it's also an exciting time where we get to create our own systems, whether it be educational systems or whether it be agencies, and that cooperation that really needs to be fostered as well, to really ensure that, like I said, to maximize all the different resources that are available to our communities as well. So it's all about building capacity. It's all about investing in your community members. It's all about looking at ways to really develop services and plans that really reflect your needs as well. So in closing too, I'd just like to say that it's been an honor really serving you. It's been an honor. I know I haven't been to many of your communities, but the thing is, they're saying that a lot of my campaigning was actually been doing the past 3 years in terms of the track record that we laid. I have a great staff. I like to really acknowledge my staff and my directors, my managers, and my workers that really are the ones that really pushing many of our files forward. And you see them diligently working here, and also some of the staff that are not here, they're here for you too, and they deserve your acknowledgement in terms of the hard work that they do, the knowledge that they bring as well. And I believe the executive wouldn't be here and the inroads that we've made without the staff in terms of moving ahead. I also acknowledge all the tribal councils and their technical staff too, in terms of really working together. And I think this is what we want to foster in moving ahead with all these particular areas. And I know that, I've heard some comments and stuff, and I just want to say too that it's not just Elvis that you're electing. I was kidding. It's I do this as a side gig. I've enjoyed coming to your communities and singing to your elders. But I think it's some of the gifts that we bring as well that you really need to show, and I think we have to inspire our youth as well that, just take a chance and do something, follow something, your dreams that you really want to do, whether it be arts, writing stories, getting into some, doing some youth work. And I think it's perpetuating that idea where, you could, think above and beyond, and really look to your dreams and whatnot. We need to really start fostering that into our children, our youth, and moving ahead. And I'm looking forward to working with our youth council and developing all those particular areas. But over the course of my visits, it's just been great to see all the a lot of the experience and a lot of the talents that you all have. especially within your community members and your youth, and seeing some of those with your community festivals over the past summer has been great. And I really encourage a lot of those different areas. And again, we like to work with our youth to really look at some of the ways to bring back some of those NAN-wide tournaments. We used to have the NAN Cup. We are fostering more youth leadership programs, and we've heard in Nishnawbe too that the youth require a youth-to-youth approach. So it's all these different areas that I'm looking forward to working with you to help developing many of these great initiatives as well. So with that, I'm also hosting a little bit of a meet and greet tonight. I know we're always with Sirius's work and everything, so I want to invite you all this evening. For an invite to come in just here and have an opportunity just to mingle with everybody. And my way of saying thank you for the past 3 years. So, miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you to all the candidates for the position of Grand Chief. We're going to move right into the Deputy Grand Chief candidates. I'm going to open and invite Anna Betty Anchimnishkam to the podium. So again, with your time, Betty, it's 20, and then it'll flash at 2, but I'll give you a... Okay.
Chair. Memang gustat so canas puen nessa casa. Migasin do tem. Umagadaski nan do chi. Chimigwach. Pinaman wikit kishaman ito. Umamatiswan kami ni goyang. Agadas maswe. Kami ni goyang amach matisyan. Kichimigwach aske. Kagi machiget kishaya, agadash kagi maturigat. I begin by thanking our Creator, God, for our life and all that is given to us. And I also introduce myself by my spirit name that was given and gifted to me about 26 years ago. It's a name that I carry with honor because it is part of who I am. I am a mother first. I have 4 sons and 2 daughters. And I am also blessed with 5 grandchildren and also 1 great-grandchild. So that's who I am first. And it is the responsibility of my role as a mother and a grandmother and a chaban that guide me. Many years ago, when I began this role, at first I started off as an advocate. And it wasn't about shortly after there was a group of youth who were called the youth commissioners that went out to the NAN communities. And they heard testimonies from our young people, from our resource workers, from our parents that talked about suicide, that talked about the reasons why our people were choosing death. And they talked about solutions. That report still exists today. It's called the Horizons of Hope. And that is the report that I take the opportunity to mention as often as I can, because we must always prioritize the sacredness of life, because that is part of why you are here. When you choose to become a leader, you were there with that intention as well. And I thank you for that. And that is why I am here too. Because life is sacred. And whatever we do, including the time when we have to come together to lay a person to rest, we must always share that message about how life is sacred. And help that family that is going through that loss. And that is something that I have, committed to in the years that I've been serving our people in our communities. I have been to many funerals as well of unnatural deaths. And I never forget the messages that I get from that. But I also have been to many celebrations and ceremony. My children and I, we have ceremony in our life. We go to sundances, and that is something that we have been doing now for the past 20 years. We go to sweat lodges, and I also ensure that my grandchildren learn about ceremony, because those particular teachings contribute to the sacredness of life. When my grandchildren were born, I went to the hospital to collect the afterbirth there. And I went and put it back on the land, because that's what my parents did. And for many years, we lost that. And it's so wonderful now when we come to your communities, when we see these ceremonies. I remember last year when I went to the gathering in Fort Albany. We had been invited by Chief Katagwapit and Deputy Chief Matadawabin and the community to come to their gathering at Old Post. And one of the mornings there, we had a walking out ceremony for two little ones. And that was such a beautiful thing to see. So as leaders, it's always so important that we balance those things out. Because that is what gives us the strength. That's what contributes to your determination and commitment. And that's something that I do as well. And I encourage that in other conversations that I have. In the years, so before I was elected as a deputy, I remember coming to some gatherings. Some were NAN gatherings, some were tribal council gatherings. And whenever I had a chance, many times I would ask my Ogamakan Bruce Nibaneshkam or Eli Munoz to recognize me so I can go and speak. And they never hesitated. They let me speak. And many times I talked about the importance of ensuring that our children had resources and services. And so that was part of my vision already. So when I was elected back in 2015, like that was a priority for me. And I, through some of the resolutions that I saw there within Nishnawbe Aski Nation, through the process of ceremony and going and speaking with the elders and our youth, I found the ways to do it. When in 2016, along with the Chiefs Committee on Child and Youth, we became and applied for intervener status with the Human Rights Tribunal. We joined AFN, the Caring Society, and the Chiefs of Ontario, and it was a priority for us to have a voice there. And that was part of my vision, and that was part of how I worked that into what we needed to do. And I was so very grateful and honored when the Chiefs agreed that we needed to do this. And things came into place afterwards. Because that's what happens when we call upon the Creator to help us to implement those resolutions and to fulfill our roles and responsibility. And then things fell into place and the Choose Life program came to be. And I was very, very determined to make that successful. I took it upon myself as your deputy at that time to go into the communities and to share that message and that statement about why we had to make this Choose Life program a success. And at that time, we had the full support of the non-executive as well, that were very committed to it. And I'm very grateful that they have continued to carry on that Choose Life program. So that was part of my vision back at that time, and I think some of you may remember a time when I walked from Thunder Bay to Chapleau Cree with some young people, and including my grandchildren and my children. And the message that we wanted to carry there was, we need more resources for our youth. Our children are continuing to take their life because they have no services and resources to help them. But we have made great progress. And the non-executive continues to fulfill that. And I'm very thankful for not only the team at NAN, but each of the communities who have Choose Life teams that contribute to that. And I thank you. There's been time, Chiefs, where the work that we do does get tiring. It does get frustrating. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes I have gone into a sweat lodge and I would cry because I was so tired. And one of those times was when I had to deal with the Thunder Bay Police, because it was so important for me to address the systemic racism and that within that organization. And I'm very committed to that, and I will continue to do that as well, because we still have a lot of work to do. Because those families who love loved ones, they're depending on us. And I'm very grateful for the resolutions that you have supported us in doing that work. We will continue to ensure that we get the capacity to do it, and also to work with your communities. I get very worried about our young people that have to leave their communities to come to school. Because I know sometimes they are vulnerable because, you know, they sometimes they trust the wrong people, or they get pulled into, you know, groups where they get into dangerous situations. We need to ensure that, you know, we work with our education partners. And that is something that I commit to doing. Community safety is a priority for me. That's why I always choose policing and justice and community wellness and women's initiatives as my portfolios to work with. We continue to have high numbers of unnatural deaths. We need to work together to address those underlying issues. Why is someone choosing those unhealthy coping skills? Why are our people choosing to have those behaviors? We have to examine those things. And I know we're doing that now with, it's so encouraging that we're talking about community healing centers. We need to work together to ensure that we have that. And also the aftercare program, that's what I keep hearing from our communities. I've been to 30 communities in the last 3 years, and sometimes I have been to some more than twice, because I've been able to utilize, you know, travel with Nishnawbe Aski Police Services, and also travel with our executive, you know, when we go on to community visits. And I listen, and I take that opportunity to learn and ensure that, you know, the mandates that you're giving to us are fulfilled, and that we have work plans to ensure that we meet your needs. I also, you know, want to thank our advisory councils that we have in place. It's so important that they have the capacity to be able to guide us. You know, I've had the honor of working with our Women's Council, and I also have the honor of working with our Men's Healing, our survivors from there. You know, they keep me humble, and they help guide me, and also our elders. I'm very grateful, honored when, you know, one of our elders will send me a message, you know, at times to slap my hand, but other times, many times, to pat my back. And that's what we need to do for each other, because we go through so many challenges. We need to support each other, check on each other, and encourage each other, and applaud each other. That, to me, that's what unity is. That's what strength building is. And that's, you know, when we come together, we're sharing those messages of solution-based. And that's always my thought process. Because my mom, you know, the late Lydia Taylor, her homelands were from Saskatchewan. And she was born in Agamaskie. And I, you know, whenever I have a chance to go to Atawabaskat, I think of where my grandparents came from. And then my Nishomas, Thomas Taylor, you know, his homelands were around Pagua River, where many of our people who are residents here migrated to. And then my Chumish, JB Achnivanashkam, and my Nokomis, Mary Nishnapes, You know, I remember my history. And I'm very proud of where I come from. I'm very proud to represent Nishnawbe Aski Nation. And my final comments are that I'm very grateful to work and serve with you all. I'm very thankful for the community of Constance Lake, to the leadership here who are providing us this time and space to be here for this very important event. And I'm very grateful for that, because my parents, this was their last homelands, their last residence before they left Earth. And I can actually see where their home used to be. And so that's very dear to me. I'm thankful that they had a home here for some years. And I will continue to serve and work with you in a very respectful way, like my ancestors, like my Mashomasak, my Nokamasak taught me, and that my children and my grandchildren and my Chaban expect me to be, and where I also ensure that I role model in that way for them.
Thank you. I'm going to now invite Mike Matadawabin as a candidate for the Deputy Grand Chief to join us. So say 20 minutes, and then you'll see 2 minutes come up. And then I'll give you a 1 minute notice as well.
Yep. Okay. Watchik maswe. Utagi noga ihtaye kumakana. Watchik. Nestagi nogi goch. Nesto gai shihtaye. Kapit chakano pakhe. Kapit chindohtamek. Watchik ditno. Nas kumun nesliye. Mina peyago. Mina goyan. Chiki nestani pakitna vandis na kasun. Chiki uta. Ay mistamatagok. Nestaboga ay mistamohok. Hinenok. Kitestawa na ako siya. Kino umahok kumakana kay wenapa magwik. Kino kita ay mistamohok. Hinenok. Ay kumaga uta mamu kinanano. Kino ito ay nastano. Kaya kung kinustano ka ba? Kaya kung kinanatuptamano ka ba? Tani sa pagkusayin mo yak, tani sa pagkusayin mo sa ginanok. Kaya kung nahito, kaya kung na. Kanatuptama ko yak. Utagaw sa nani po yak. Utagaw sa iktay. Umagarun sa tayo kabat tasot. Nakas kong kayo ninimon. Wiwik tamaan po ko. Atas kaya kung na. Nesta niya kayo siya pagkusayin mo yan. Nesta wag kayo siya spend mo yan. Sige, notice tayo ko ba? Sige, ay mitutamo ko ba? Nesta wag sa ako, nesta chikis-kisiyak. Chikis-kisiyak sa ako. Asa nesta mistahe, kikaskitahe kiwan. Asa mistahe, kikaskita na ano. Nukon. Sa ako na finite ke, nukon. Asa ikaskita maso tsuga na hanag kiwan. Sa ako na kiabit misaw, abat tasun wina, kiyot na nukitehe. Kiyot na kunyano, kinanano kaihtahe. Ega kaihtago meskano. Ega kaihtago meskano. Mistahe, abat tasun nuktsipanonda. Mistahe nesta, mutta näke panu kewan. Ega kuidu tsuga tegit taun näh. Ega on hemaga kautsi manna asko. Kautsi manna maasa hettuumaga kewan. Kautsi nakis kaattuumaga, ega maasa egi minupanik. Mistä he nuhtevan ikinä kiutunut kaiktai. Mistä he jäävät noin semmoista ehkevan. Mistä he jäävät takan kevan uudestaan ohjelman. Siitä penään on. Siitä puokinen oppuikoa. Tattiskäättönään on. Sikemään tänne he käytte pihtako vaaska heikanekin on. He käytte pihtako vaaska heikana. Eikä nämä osaan kautta ämyskäikuja. Kausta eikä mäsi kaskipan keikoan nikään tekee. Eikä nämä peikon niitä tauhan nämä imun. Vaaska heikane keoneen uhteepani. Vaaska heikane ei käytte pihtako. Eikä nämä peikistä keikoan. Ekonomi maamu, eikä kuin nuudesta ehuvan, sikiään muutsa käytti. Minkä jos maakan nyt pitämään näistä nykimaakan näistä niinä sääkots. Ei viitsikää puustuit. Ei miinit näistä viina. Siki ei kun se kutsistaan numa haavattasot. Naaskumau. Ei viitsikää puustuit. Niistä on raasamisen äänek. Naskumauk, nästa vaga, nuusessa menäänek. Naskumauk, nästa ino saakoti jäspeni, mutta nästa ino saakoti jäspeni, mutta taikojaak. Me kohta nusta ei pidä hakistik. Ei nääkätsä hakistik. Ei uppekä hakistik. Ja kun on peike, kun on kaikki taimiskaikojaak näistä niinään. Nikinään. Annama kanuutistaan on matsin tohon kaikki jätti. Kaustava näin hekutsako ennen hänen. Kaustava näin hekutsako mistä sit. Kun niikin hekumaa annuskauskuppi määttäiset. Kaikuu päätsi panehtaa otsakuppi määttä sun oo. Ja kun on näistä niin hänen juttaimus kaiku jää. Asumista sit tuuvan maaga. Niin enää puhuttapinen näkät sähän nuusassa menään. Eikä noin nämäkästi. Kipehtäätte mennessä tohteen nämä äänemässä on käynyt mutta me. Kipehtäätte mä en jäänyt mutta me. Kipehtäätte näin. En enää toin se käytti, tämän tee vähän kedut se käyttiikävän. Tämän tee kedut se käyttiikävän. Sekin just se viitsa hessäköinen hänen. Mono vehtan. Iskenteen eikä vehtan. Mistä et toki näistä niin paketteinu. Mistä et näistä niin just se kaupan. Eikä nooma nuusassa mak. Just se kaupan, jos käy jääneestä niin. Mutta tänne me sanoo. Eikä skeinu mutta. Eikä on heittu eikä aina kaikki muhtia ja kipeätsä muhtaa tämä. Ja kun on vähän näistä, missä ei puhunut minun behtin, missä ei puhunut hän on mitään konnu, mutta sitä on nuah. Ja kun on matskista sekin konneakista jäänyt mehän kun näin on. Saakun maaga, kauan on pakitteinu muk. Kauan on pakitteinu muk. Ja kun on puhunut näistä niin se käsketään, ei tuu tämän määnä homma, kiikään pakitteinu mun määnä käyttöjän. En työnä niin pojan mä puhuu is. Systeema on mäkin tahona ke. Ei mahak maga. Kohta me määtte sieltä. Ei mahak. Ei mistä kestä maakin näistä nuusassa mennään. Näistä ainakin hän on heikot sakana meidän keikon. Keika maga. Tuskam. Isha upanu. Asuma minä kun isnä niin puhukannekin. Käytuutistaa aspanna meillä kekon. Asuma minä kannoin me okuusessa muu. Utsaasemme soo. Asuma minä otte penöe. Attuutte neo. Ja kun on vähän kaikki kaustiittyään. Kauna pakitteen mukka. Kauna puunehtaa. Ehtakonanne. Attoskamanne. Tai kiiket. Se kun äsken näkö, kun päättö sanoo, ainakin päännämme heikot sakana meidän kekoon. Maamu makabat maru tamakwe. Muna bugo huku pohizok. Muna bugo huku makan. Nesta hininok wigo kai tajuk. Maamu nutstai kwe, maamu hanu tamakwe, maamu. Kakwe miskamakwe. Dan tegeru chat tigebat. Cima histagin stani ganu tstat changan menege gono. Egono ma usai magawian mutamaban asi mistahin sa dohtamana nost humagawamik. Asi mistahin sa dohten tani tiskage mga kanuma. Ano magego nganu stano kaya na mehego yekit taon na. Asi maganes tandayan nama. Aspen mon nga sinakatin. Aspen mon iwabahtaman sagot ikas kestado en hanchigi shapaskak. Anneke kanu chehego chek. Attos kamane tagi shapaskamo. Sago maga patema mamu buko. Nesta mai gino otte bende. I mistiges tamoho. E kwana kai sinago knipe mata so nanoma. Kikad metahto ubanu tanah. E kwana igauchte usam keskenda go sianesta ni huma. Utta hotsasko uma ukema on kai pistiatik. Jutta minä tähän nuusassa minä ei kone kai sinua jää ei kone kautta vähän. Saako mä näistä jääpät saa muhtaan pemätsohjan. Saako näistä innan tautsi pemätsohjan noh. Jibet jääpät sen jibet sen uudestaan nähtävät tasona. Ei jääpät siis tamuakekan niin nok hittaasojan ei mistä mä jään hittaasojan ei kone hetto ei vara. Annostuma kaikki apestagi sigak giminen dene vitapamaga kin tohtoga kortaki se hau. Ei ääne muutta hegaa tehtiä kun auttaa nähtiä kaikki betsaistit kaikki betsaisena hyvätä son. Näistä kaikki betsauhtetaan no kaikki betsaustiitsikoina hän. Näistä vaan huhtun. Asta menohtaako niin tohtoga. Mutta niin kiisekin sen ei viittaa mä en tohtoga. Egon on peikku egon keika kue siikehtajan. Sekin mahtuuna hukki se hämmen nok. Jääpät kähtäätsik. Nestoi nootsiki betsiki aina betsik. Nestoi nootsiki betsijän mutta hiki kono. Nestoi nootsiki betsika keskimuetsik. Wesa mistettua kun ikään tuonut kyky se hämmen nok. Wesa mistettua muona se skena manganon muona minaganon chemetsik. Muona pakittanaaganon chemetsik. Egono wesa tasenega tutsagati. Wesa poko kishipano wesa maganesta uttambano bemata son nesta beskes. Nessa tohten nama kai työn noapatten. Nesta niina niginakittehe pese se gäpatte sian egono maga uttambanyaa nesta nia. Kausta magan nagatsepanik nesta atti nagatsepanik namat toki kon josta keskisuttaa toivon se hau nesta vuoskebe määttäsak. Vuoskebe määttäsak nesta nenda on keskisuttaa. Nesta inotta se ne. Siki maa muuntutsuk. Maa muunnakiskäärutsuk. Maa muu meettoitsuk. Voisa moni ei oikein tuutteilanu, skebe määttäsakoste. Voisa moni ei oikein tuutsekäätio, siki just se maa tuntutsuk. Siki just se maa muitsuk. Ja kun tousaan jos siimaga kanama vaan huhtun. Matsa kaikki nääno kaikki tohtee, kaikki betse kesken homaasuja, huttee sauno. Ja kun taina kausta kesken mittuja, ja kun taina kausta kesken mahu, mistä vitsaugan no. Annus maaga muunaan meikin. Ja kun taina maa, ja kun on minne peike, on kausta mä nuhteepan. I'm just going to switch it over a bit for the time that's remaining. I just want to, I focused my talk on the constant crisis mode that we're dealing with in our communities. And for me, I've also been impacted by that. at a personal level. Our family, we became caregivers for our grandchildren because of the impacts from the addictions. But I'm not going to spend too much talking about the addictions itself. What I want to focus on is the ability of those ones who were addicted to come out of it, to recover, to regain their self-esteem, their dignity. It is possible. That's what I was talking about in the language. Don't give up. Don't give up hope. There is a way out. There is a way for them to come out of it. For us, I learned that it was through compassion, love, understanding, and prayer. Many times I spent by myself, wondering, also shedding tears about the hardship we went through in dealing with that. But eventually that light began to shine. And I'm happy to say that recovery took over for our two family loved ones. They now have their lives back in control. And they are now reclaiming their children, which is very inspirational, very inspiring. For me personally, for my wife, for us, when we see our grandchildren, seeing the gleam in their eyes again, the smile. We can do that. It can happen. It can happen to your family, it can happen to your community. But like I said, patience is another virtue that we need to understand and accept. But compassion, love, understanding, and most of all, once that recovery is achieved, do not dwell in the past. Move forward. Talk about love, talk about good things ahead, good outcomes, happy homes, whatever. Don't talk about what happened in the past. That's the last thing they want to hear. I just wanted to share that because that seems to overshadow everything that we deal with. It is overshadowing our efforts, our accomplishments, everything that we achieve, whether it's in our own community, in our own family, or as a region. We've come a long ways, but we're stuck. We're dealing with something that's very critical, crucial, and that's the crisis in our homes, in our communities. That's why we come to these meetings. We come here to seek solutions, to seek answers, to seek help. But that help is in your community. If we can just all sit down together as parents, grandparents, families, if we can just console each other, comfort each other, tell each other that you're not alone. That's the other thing that we dealt with, we overcame, is the feeling of shame. That was the biggest impediment, I think, at the beginning. The feeling of shame. But learning that we're not alone, we overcame it. We overcame that feeling. And we started advocating for our grandchildren. I started speaking out for our grandchildren.
I started lending my voice to my grandchildren, speaking about what they go through, what they feel, the hurts they feel, the tears they shed. It hasn't been easy. As a residential school survivor, it's not easy when you see that with your grandchildren. With residential school, we thought it was behind us. We thought it was over, but no. That's still a long ways to go before we get over that one too. But then when our grandchildren are impacted in a different way, it brings everything back. It opens up old scars, old wounds. And that's what we had to go through. We went through. So it's not easy. Hasn't been easy. I know it's not easy as chief today for your community. I was there at one time. I was a chief too at one time in my community. And we had those issues. We still have those issues. But slowly, I think one by one, people are recovered. People are coming out of it. In closing, I just, I ask for your support. It's not the first time for me to be up here. I've been here many years. I have lots of experience in being a board member for different organizations. I am no stranger to being accountable or working for you, working for our people, speaking for our people, speaking for you as chiefs. I've done that many years. We've accomplished a lot. Police services is the first one of its kind in North America almost to be legislated. And everybody else across the country is looking at us, watching us, as we prepare to receive that badge, that legislation badge. So everybody's watching. So time's running out for me, so gusto mi guys, watching and ask them.
Good job.
For 1 second.
Right down to the last second there. You went for that. Don't have a big cane to be pulling anyone off. So as we start to wind down, I'm going to invite Bobby Narcisse back up as a candidate for Deputy Grand Chief.
Part two. Okay. Oh, wasn't that funny? That's good. No, I don't want to take too much of your time as well, chiefs as well. But I do want to acknowledge also my movers and my seconder and my seconders as well. I'd like to acknowledge Chief Sonny Gagnon from Aroland First Nation for nominating me. Come a long way. He watched me grow up as well from little snot-nosed kid in the old part of the reserve, and getting water and a little one-room shack and everything, and progressing. And I really value his leadership as well, bringing our community as well, all the different things that we've been happening there. So I really like to acknowledge Chief Gagnon for nominating me as well. Also, that disruptive individual that they named Chief Chris Muñez. And Chris has been a good friend of mine, and it's great to really been working with him over these past few years as well. Having a leader like that is very fearless and really wanting to advocate for his community as well is really, it's quite a role model for me as well, and to a lot of us and a lot of young people growing that, you have a voice, you use it. And so I really like to acknowledge Chief Chris Muñez as well. And also my friend, Chief Merle Loon. I know it's his first term as chief at Mishkigogumang, and he hit the ground running and doing a lot of cool initiatives within his First Nation community as well. So I really like to acknowledge Chief Merle Loon. And a lot of the work that he's doing is an up-and-coming leader as well. And we'll look with great interest on a lot of things that are happening there. I also like to acknowledge our fellow executives that's been here as well. I know that we hold many files as well, and this term is coming to an end. And all the work that's been happening, especially with our Grand Chief, a lot of the work that he's been doing, I'd like to really acknowledge all the good work that Alvin has been doing to come back and answering that call again during that time where we were without a Grand Chief. So I'd like to acknowledge Grand Chief Alvin for his continued work moving ahead. Also like to acknowledge somebody who's absent right here, is Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater. And I've known Victor for many years as well, had the opportunity to work with him on my Chiefs Committee when I first started out as director. And he was one of our very inspirational and motivational chiefs that were on our committee as well. And I think we were very lucky to have him on the Executive Council these past few years. I know it was really challenging for him at times, an uphill battle, but I know he stuck it out, and we really like to acknowledge Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater for all his work, and I know his term is coming to an end as well. We'd like to wish him all the success and all the prosperity as well, and he is a community leader and will continue to be. So Victor, all the best from where you are, and let's give Victor a big round of applause. He's not here. I'm sure he could see us and everything. So thank you very much, Victor. And also, of course, Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty Achini-Paniscum, and I really enjoyed working in partnership with her my first term as deputy. We had a lot of shared responsibilities, and I think we'll continue to do that as we move ahead. In what other capacity I'll be returning in as, and I look for you as chiefs as well. I really thank you for the opportunity to really serve as well, and take guidance in any areas that focus on many of our children, youth, and families. I know that was my portfolio as Deputy Grand Chief, and there's still a lot of work to do. We do have information sessions on the upcoming final settlement agreement that's happening. There's like a National Assembly that's coming that is being offered by AFN. We want you to be really informed in what changes are going to be there, because the way the agreement looks is that they're shifting that power to the First Nation in terms of you creating your laws, your own structures, and how you see fit in terms of developing your laws through C92, or working to develop your support programs for the children, families, and children, youth, and families wherever they may reside. So we'll continue to work with you on that. The staff is really ready to go to offer you that support and information whenever you require it in moving ahead. There's a lot of changes as well in terms of, I know with respect to the file that we had, I want to mention the work that's currently happening, that I want to ensure that NAN has a seat at these negotiating tables. I'm talking about the 1965 Welfare Agreement, which governs how the federal government reimburses the province 93 cents on the dollar in 4 different areas. One area is Ontario Works, second area is early years, third area is homemaking, and the last one is child welfare. So we want to ensure that the team and the executive, through your guidance and your leadership, we have to ensure that we have a seat at those tables. And we want to ensure that because we are so unique and so diverse, that our needs and our priorities should be at the table as well when we're discussing all these particular areas. At times, other First Nations across the country may feel that, well, why is NAN getting this? Why is it always the North communities? Why is this? Well, when you look at it, and especially from many of our communities, all of our communities don't have access to many of those services that many of our urban brothers and sisters really enjoy. Like I said before, many of our children, youth, and families have to leave the communities. And how do we, ensure that to keep the family circle together? So those are different areas that I really want to also push as well as being part of the executive. And I really hope that whatever the case may be tomorrow, we trust in your guidance, we trust in your leadership. And we want to ensure that a lot of these processes are still moving ahead with your direction as well. And I'm not going to take all of my time here. I know it's been a long day and whatnot. Like I said, we are having a meet and greet tonight. I'm hosting that on your invitations. I just want to share too, like this little T-shirt here. So if you want to come out and have one of these little puppies here, they're free of charge, and they'll be available at the meet and greet. They make for good gifts too, so you could scratch out the vote, Bobby, afterwards and stuff. So I didn't want to pigeonhole it to one, but it's just a little memento thing. So my appreciation to you for allowing me to serve Nishnawbe Aski Nation these past 3 years. So with that, I'd just like to thank you so much, and I look forward to meeting you all this evening, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. So with that, Keeywaywin, and enjoy your evening. Good night.
Let's just give another applause to all the candidates. So just as I'm going to call up Elder Leo Friday to come up and do the blessing of the food and our closing prayer for today. While we wait for him, I just want to remind everyone that tomorrow is Election Day, and the deadline for registration to vote is 9:15 a.m. So 9:15 a.m., 9:15 a.m. That's it. Miigwech, have yourselves a good evening. Get some rest. Your blessing of the food and closing prayer.
What? You want me to pray for you? Yeah, we'll start with you.
Pasiguk, I am Chigeta British, and the Nas Komakitsamantu, Egimil Polege and Giskat, and Skagishiak, Egomaga, Emichigesta Nesta, Kawini Ganishkata, Human and not the school, no? Egomaga, Chisito Nestik, Nesta Chimila, Hokmashko, no? Nesta Kichimanto Chuicho, which may go to Mustata, Chekutatusco, Vichapatisima, Chekokemakana, Nesta Mago Tilimo, who gets Chimanto, Kishiko Kitain, Shawel Chigio, Bagitela Tanus, Skagishigak, Egimiliak, Kechialamutamak, and Hike Gonakan with the Tamogas Chigillo. Nesta magano jetamuya kestigu kani gana bichigu gemau. Milnan kipalekiachak chikiskinotayemet. Nesta suichoguyak eovitamaguyak eishimilostenik bematisunino. Egagetsimittimiak keuchuwantutamach wanetipiskisunik Mushak maganueliminan. Ego magi neo gemayan nestegis chu gemayan. Kina segulaba magwen kanage ni ganichik. Umamaga na tutamatina na tisnikazo ne kegosis. Ketsimilo getamanesta. Kegon getemichak. Wesa ne tuna kion gesi bichebalik. Agtamilo gunan maskosyo nesta milumatsuin. Umamaga pelekis yanachak. Kinanas komitinan. Amen.